Vai dar-se início à sessão de abertura do terceiro Seminário de Defesa Nacional. Em nome de Sua Excelência o Ministro da Defesa Nacional, Professor Dr. João Gomes Cravinho, declara-se aberto o terceiro Seminário de Defesa Nacional. Vai usar da palavra a Senhora Diretora do Instituto da Defesa Nacional, Professora Doutora Helena Carreiras.
Senhor Ministro da Defesa Nacional, Senhor antigo Alto Representante da UE para a Política Externa e de Segurança Comum e antigo Secretário-Geral da NATO, a Sra. Javier Solana, Senhora Secretária de Estado de Recursos Humanos e Antigos Combatentes, Senhor Secretário de Estado, Secretário-Geral do Sistema de Segurança Interna e Senhora Secretária-Geral do Sistema de Informações da República Portuguesa, Senhores Chefes de Estado-Maior da Armada, Exército e Força Aérea e representante do Chefe de Estado-Maior-General das Forças Armadas, Senhora Deputada da Comissão de Defesa Nacional, Senhor Chefe da Casa Militar de Sua Excelência o Presidente da República, senhores dirigentes dos órgãos aqui presentes, da Presidência do Conselho de Ministros, do Ministério dos Negócios Estrangeiros, do Ministério da Defesa, Administração Interna e Justiça, senhores oficiais generais, excelentíssimos convidados. Muito bom dia a todos. Começo por saudar os participantes neste seminário, aqui presentes no auditório do IDN, bem como aqueles que nos acompanham esta manhã via streaming. É com enorme satisfação que acolhemos uma vez mais no IDN o Seminário de Defesa Nacional, que se realiza pelo terceiro ano consecutivo. Este seminário é uma iniciativa do Ministro da Defesa Nacional e reúne anualmente os principais responsáveis políticos e institucionais da Defesa Nacional e das Forças Armadas para refletir em conjunto sobre as prioridades das políticas de defesa, oferecendo, simultaneamente, uma ocasião de escrutínio democrático dessas políticas. Num país onde consensualmente identificamos déficits na nossa ação coletiva no plano da avaliação e comunicação de políticas públicas, esta iniciativa é duplamente relevante. Por um lado, oferece ocasião para refletir coletivamente sobre o que se fez e os resultados obtidos, contribuindo assim para a necessária avaliação das políticas. Se é verdade que esse esforço de avaliação não dispensa uma abordagem e estudos mais sistemáticos, não pode deixar de contar com o debate de ideias entre os seus principais protagonistas. Queiramos e saibamos todos aproveitar a ocasião e reforçá-la enquanto oportunidade real para avaliar o trabalho realizado, os seus sucessos e insucessos. Por outro lado, permite acompanhar os desenvolvimentos presentes e discutir as alternativas e soluções para o futuro relativamente às grandes questões com que nos confrontamos. O primeiro seminário realizou-se em fevereiro de 2019, congregando os intervenientes na política de defesa nacional num formato restrito, pensado para proporcionar espaço de reflexão essencialmente interno. Incluiu painéis sobre a relação entre as Forças Armadas e sociedade, os desafios da ciberdefesa e as ciberameaças, a cooperação civil-militar na resposta a ameaças não militares e a base tecnológica das indústrias de defesa. O resumo dos trabalhos desenvolvidos foi publicado no IDN Cadernos número 32. O segundo seminário realizou-se em 26 e 27 de novembro de 2020 e os seus resultados foram publicados no IDN Cadernos número 43, ambos disponíveis online. Nas sessões restritas abordou-se o papel das Forças Armadas nas respostas à emergência a crises complexas e o problema dos recursos humanos da defesa. As sessões públicas incidiram sobre os desafios à defesa europeia, as novas ameaças e a economia de defesa, no momento em que se preparava a presidência portuguesa da União. Este ano, entre os temas em análise, estão os conflitos híbridos e as grandes transformações geopolíticas, os documentos estratégicos em preparação na NATO e na União Europeia, o impacto das tecnologias emergentes e disruptivas na defesa, bem como as questões do espaço. Agradeço a todos os oradores e moderadores e endereço uma saudação muito especial ao Dr. Javier Solana, que nos dá a honra da sua presença, fazendo a intervenção de abertura deste seminário. A coorganização pelo IDN, do Seminário de Defesa Nacional, tem um significado muito especial para nós, aqui no IDN. Tendo embora entre as suas atribuições de produção e difusão de conhecimento especializado nas áreas de segurança e defesa a componente de apoio à tomada de decisão, o IDN goza de um estatuto de autonomia pedagógica e científica que é vital para a boa condução dos estudos e dos debates nos quais se ancora tal apoio. O trabalho que aqui é produzido é-o e deve sê-lo com independência, ainda que naturalmente incidindo sobre os problemas que mais preocupam e que em cada momento se colocam às políticas de defesa, tanto no plano interno como externo. Esta autonomia que o Instituto tem exercido sem quaisquer limitações, vai de par com uma crescente aproximação aos diversos órgãos e entidades da defesa nacional. Nesse espírito, e para dar apenas alguns exemplos, desenvolvemos com a DGRDN um inquérito à população portuguesa sobre defesa e forças armadas, apresentado publicamente aqui no IDN em julho passado e recentemente também no IUM, realizado 10 anos depois do último destes grandes inquéritos de âmbito nacional. Esse trabalho constitui um marco de enorme relevância na monitorização da relação da sociedade com as questões da defesa e forças armadas, ao aferir o reconhecimento público das opções políticas, ou seja, o nível da sua legitimação social, sem a qual nenhuma política pública pode sobreviver em democracia. Com aquela direção, o Gabinete da Igualdade e os ramos das Forças Armadas planeámos um estudo ainda em curso sobre obstáculos ao recrutamento, em ambos os casos no quadro de protocolos tripartidos com universidades. Tornámos-nos parceiros sólidos do Atlantic Center, coorganizando o seu seminário anual, um curso sobre segurança marítima, apoiando a recolha e sistematização de informação e publicando resultados na linha editorial IDN Cadernos. Com a mesma orientação, temos vindo a reforçar os laços com o IUM, estando em preparação, por exemplo, a partilha de sessões nos cursos de Defesa Nacional e de promoção ao Oficial-General. Com o ENCF, a DGRDN e outros parceiros, está em curso a articulação das entidades que no quadro do Ministério da Defesa, mas também na sociedade civil, se ocupam da promoção de uma cultura de defesa, designadamente junto às escolas dos vários níveis de ensino, do pré-escolar ao secundário e universitário, potenciando mutuamente iniciativas como o referencial de educação para a segurança, a defesa e a paz, os programas do ENCFA de promoção do conhecimento das Forças Armadas junto aos jovens, ou iniciativas como o Dia da Defesa Nacional, entre outras. Com a DGPDN e com todas as instituições da defesa, estamos próximos e unidos na promoção da dimensão de género como uma componente fundamental da defesa nacional e da nossa ação externa, uma área que conheceu nos anos mais recentes um ímpeto decisivo que assinala, na minha perspectiva, uma nova fase das políticas neste campo. Com a IDD Portugal Defense, colaboramos ativamente na organização de eventos que visam o desenvolvimento da base tecnológica e industrial da defesa e uma mais eficaz articulação entre os diversos atores deste universo, tendo avançado com um protocolo, incluindo também o Gabinete de Planeamento do Ministério da Economia, o qual gerou já um estudo sobre a economia da defesa em Portugal, que será apresentado no próximo dia 17. É esse o espírito de cooperação que julgo deve ligar todos os que têm a responsabilidade de apoiar a tomada de decisão, planeamento, execução e monitorização das políticas de defesa. É esse o espírito deste seminário e a razão de estarmos aqui. Cabe-nos, como dizia há pouco, a responsabilidade de tirar o maior partido desta oportunidade. Gostaria de terminar felicitando o Sr. Ministro da Defesa Nacional, que nos dará inclusivamente o prazer de encerrar este seminário também, pela ideia da sua realização, pela forma como esta e outras iniciativas, pela forma como com esta e outras iniciativas se valoriza uma comunicação e cooperação mais eficaz entre as entidades que estão envolvidas na execução das políticas de defesa ou as devem apoiar, mas como se valoriza também a prestação de contas e a abertura da Defesa Nacional à sociedade portuguesa, cujos recursos mobiliza e cuja segurança, paz, bem-estar e prosperidade são o seu sentido maior. Agradeço às equipas do Ministério da Defesa Nacional, do Gabinete do Sr. Ministro e da Secretaria-Geral, bem como a todos aqui no IDN, com a coordenação do Sr. Coronel Borges da Fonseca, a excelente colaboração para a preparação deste seminário. Desejo a todos um ótimo dia de trabalho. Muito obrigada.
Vai usar da palavra Sua Excelência o Ministro da Defesa Nacional, Professor Dr. João Gomes Cravinho.
Meu caro Javier Solana, antigo secretário-geral da NATO e alto representante da União Europeia para a política externa, senhora diretora do Instituto de Defesa Nacional, senhora secretária de Estado de Recursos Humanos e Antigos Combatentes, senhor secretário-geral do Sistema de Segurança Interna e senhora secretária-geral do Sistema de Informações da República Portuguesa, senhores chefes de Estado-Maior da Armada, do Exército, da Força Aérea, senhor representante do chefe de Estado-Maior-General das Forças Armadas, senhora deputada, Comissão de Defesa Nacional, senhor chefe da Casa Militar, Sua Excelência o Presidente da República, senhores dirigentes dos órgãos aqui representados e senhores oficiais generais, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Começo por expressar a minha satisfação para podermos regressar ao convívio presencial para a nossa sessão anual de reflexão sobre os caminhos da defesa nacional. Caminhos que se confundem com as dinâmicas internacionais e que, por sua vez, requerem um pensamento que é simultaneamente crítico e comprometido sobre as matérias mais prementes para a segurança e para a defesa nacional e europeia. Sem uma base sólida de conhecimento da realidade, não é possível tomar boas decisões políticas. E é por isso fundamental continuarmos a promover o diálogo entre decisores e investigadores e entre a sociedade e a defesa nacional, para melhor se desenvolver o pensamento estratégico nacional e melhor contribuir para os debates internacionais em curso. Este seminário é um contributo para esse objetivo. A todas e a todos os oradores e moderadores, muito obrigado pela vossa presença. E agradeço em particular a Javier Solana a disponibilidade imediata com que aceitou o meu convite. Caro Javier, a tua partilha de uma experiência tão vasta, tão relevante na União Europeia, na NATO, na política espanhola e também na vida académica é um privilégio para o Ministério da Defesa Nacional. Agradeço também à diretora do Instituto de Defesa Nacional, professora Helena Carreiras, pelo empenho na parceria que iniciámos em 2019 na organização do primeiro seminário. Uma das lições positivas que podemos retirar da pandemia foi a de podermos chegar a um número maior de pessoas através dos meios digitais. E assim cumprimento também todos e todas que nos acompanham via streaming nesta manhã de trabalhos, esperando que desfrutem da nossa reflexão. Esta é uma forma de darmos mais impacto público ao Seminário de Defesa Nacional e de contribuir para alcançar aquela que tem sido uma das grandes prioridades destes últimos anos, que é aproximar o conjunto da sociedade portuguesa das suas Forças Armadas e dos temas da defesa nacional e tornar mais compreensíveis para o público estas realidades tão complexas quanto vitais. Realizamos a terceira edição do Seminário de Defesa Nacional num contexto mundial ainda muito marcado pela pandemia, que veio agravar muitas das tendências preocupantes que temos vindo a observar na geopolítica global, nomeadamente o acentuar da competição agressiva entre grandes potências. É sobre estas tendências e os desafios que representam para a defesa nacional e para a segurança internacional que vamos refletir neste dia de trabalhos e sobre os quais gostaria de partilhar convosco algumas ideias. Vivemos um momento de enormes transformações globais, das alterações climáticas e da revolução digital à ascensão da China como potência económica e militar, com o consequente reposicionamento dos Estados Unidos, da própria União Europeia e de outras potências. Esta é uma era de transição, em que apenas sabemos que as certezas do passado valerão de pouco para as décadas que se seguem. Uma primeira tendência evidente para todos tem a ver com o fim do período do predomínio unipolar dos Estados Unidos, no pós-Guerra Fria, e um prenúncio de multipolaridade. E é esse quadro que está subjacente ao primeiro painel desta manhã. Temos de pensar sobre o papel que as grandes instituições multilaterais, como a NATO e a União Europeia, que são a âncora fundamental para a nossa segurança, têm a desempenhar nestes novos alinhamentos e no novo sistema de poder que deles está a emergir. Para mim, é absolutamente claro que a parceria entre a União Europeia e a NATO é uma parte necessária e vital da nossa resposta transatlântica a este novo contexto. Por um lado, a NATO continua a ser a aliança defensiva mais robusta, mais durável, mais eficaz da história. E continua a ser a melhor forma de garantirmos a paz e a segurança na região euroatlântica a que pertencemos. Por outro lado, a União Europeia é um ator político multifacetado, com um poder económico incontestável, protagonista das grandes transições do nosso tempo, por exemplo, em matéria digital e ambiental. E cada vez mais verificamos que precisamos de formas de poder não militares para corresponder aos desafios da segurança, incluindo os desafios militares. Tratando-se de duas organizações complementares, convenhamos, no entanto, que há muitas matérias já hoje, e outras haverá no futuro, que constituem prioridades estratégicas para a União Europeia, nomeadamente no que toca às crises de segurança na sua vizinhança a sul, mas que não o são para a NATO ou para todos os aliados. Isso leva-me à controvérsia em torno da noção de autonomia estratégica europeia. Portugal tem sido claro nesta matéria, ao sublinhar que a Europa tem de ser capaz de fazer mais na área da defesa, tem de ser capaz de ser um ator estratégico mais credível e atuante num mundo de crescente conflitualidade entre potências. Precisamos de ser capazes de fazer mais juntos enquanto europeus. Mas o objetivo não é, nem deve ser, fazer menos com a NATO ou menos com os Estados Unidos. Pelo contrário, é fazer mais e melhor, em conjunto e também sós, quando isso seja necessário. No nosso país há um registro histórico profundo de debate entre atlantismo e europeísmo, mas já devia ser claro para todos que o mundo do século XXI não cria uma contraposição entre as duas vertentes. Pelo contrário, verificamos que não apenas são perfeitamente compatíveis, como o seu exercício simultâneo corresponde ao interesse nacional de Portugal, como país euroatlântico, e corresponde também, a nosso ver, ao interesse europeu. Por essa razão, Portugal encontra-se numa fase de intensa atividade, a contribuir com propostas concretas para o novo conceito estratégico da NATO e para a bússola estratégica da União Europeia, que serão ambos aprovados no próximo ano. E temos insistido que não faria qualquer sentido que, havendo coincidência temporal nestes dois exercícios tão relevantes, não houvesse também um mínimo ou um máximo, aliás, de sinergias entre os dois documentos estratégicos. Uma segunda tendência fundamental tem que ver com a crescente prevalência de conflitos armados de tipo não convencional. E esse é o pano de fundo para o segundo painel. Se as grandes guerras convencionais praticamente desapareceram nestas últimas décadas, este facto, no entanto, está longe de ser sinónimo de paz. Pelo contrário, vemos um aumento de tendência para a proliferação de ameaças não convencionais por grupos armados não estatais, que são com frequência transnacionais e bem equipados. Igualmente preocupante é a utilização, por alguns Estados, de instrumentos não convencionais para alimentar conflitos indiretos, no quadro das chamadas ameaças híbridas. Ao nível da defesa, a resposta a estes novos desafios tem de ser conjunta nas Forças Armadas e tem também de ser conjunta e cooperativa no plano internacional, entre aliados e parceiros que partilham os mesmos valores. As Forças Armadas devem, portanto, preparar-se para um campo de batalha mais complexo e mais imprevisível. Precisaremos de elevada flexibilidade no emprego das nossas forças, de forma a que se adaptem rapidamente à mudança na realidade no terreno. Tropas com grande agilidade operacional e as ferramentas certas para cada missão e ambiente. Sobretudo, precisamos de uma abordagem integrada e multidomínio nos conflitos. Em Portugal, incorporamos já estas lições na importante reforma legislativa que foi aprovada este verão e que está a ser implementada pelos ramos e o Estado-Maior-General das Forças Armadas. Uma reforma visando precisamente reforçar as estruturas de comando conjunto e a sua capacidade de resposta operacional integrada, nomeadamente para este tipo de missões de resposta a ameaças híbridas, bem como de resposta a emergências civis complexas decorrentes das alterações climáticas ou de pandemias. Também no âmbito da ciberdefesa, da política espacial e da inovação tecnológica e doutrinal, a reforma de 2021 cria estruturas que contribuirão para uma defesa nacional necessariamente voltada para os desafios do presente e do futuro. No plano internacional, a estreita cooperação e a coordenação entre aliados na NATO e Estados-membros da União Europeia são fundamentais para desenvolver mecanismos de resposta coletiva adequados contra novas metodologias dos nossos adversários, como a desinformação, a instrumentalização de migrantes ou os ciberataques com forte potencial disruptivo, que visam criar divisões entre as nossas sociedades democráticas. O potencial disruptivo da atual revolução tecnológica leva-me a uma terceira tendência fundamental, que tem a ver com as enormes transformações tecnológicas em curso, com impacto na defesa, e que são o tema do primeiro dos painéis desta tarde, os quais já não terão difusão pública por serem circunscritos ao universo da Defesa Nacional. As chamadas tecnologias emergentes disruptivas são um novo tabuleiro estratégico vital deste século. Exigem um acompanhamento constante dos riscos e oportunidades, sobretudo tendo em consideração que alguns dos nossos principais adversários as identificaram como prioridades estratégicas. Se não formos eficazes a abordar esta questão no espaço euroatlântico, arriscamos-nos a uma degradação significativa da nossa credibilidade e da capacidade de segurança coletiva. É essencial que a Europa e a NATO estejam na linha da frente da inovação tecnológica e, simultaneamente, na linha da frente da definição de salvaguardas normativas adequadas para um uso ético destas tecnologias. Na Defesa Nacional, criámos no Estado-Maior-General das Forças Armadas uma nova divisão centrada precisamente nas mudanças em curso, em linha com aquilo que fez a NATO em 2003, com um novo comando estratégico centrado na transformação do conflito armado. Uma das lições que retiramos da pandemia é que temos de ter uma capacidade rápida de adaptação a situações inesperadas. Esta é uma lição valiosa quando se trata deste tipo de tecnologias. É um domínio muito competitivo que nos leva a ter de melhorar a ligação entre as indústrias civis e de defesa, em vários campos, entre os quais o espaço, que é o último tema de discussão neste seminário. Lançámos em outubro a Estratégia da Defesa Nacional para o Espaço e temos agora de edificar os instrumentos e os recursos para implementar esta política e para criar esta capacidade nas Forças Armadas. Embora a vida cotidiana e a segurança das pessoas dependam cada vez mais de serviços e infraestruturas espaciais, o rápido aumento das atividades no espaço, com cada vez mais atores públicos e privados ativos neste ambiente, aumenta a sua complexidade e riscos. E há uma consciência crescente de que os ativos críticos no espaço não estão a salvo de ataques e de perturbações. Temos de tirar consequências práticas desta realidade. Em suma, o contexto que vivemos exige grandes mudanças nas nossas estratégias e nas nossas políticas, nos nossos investimentos e nas nossas capacidades, e na nossa compreensão deste novo ambiente estratégico. Espero que os debates de hoje nos ajudem a compreender melhor todas estas novas tendências e termino agradecendo de novo a vossa presença e desejando a todos um excelente dia de trabalho. Muito obrigado.
Convidamos o excelentíssimo Sr. Javier Solana, antigo alto representante da União Europeia para a Política Externa e de Segurança Comum e antigo secretário-geral da NATO, a proferir o discurso de abertura do seminário.
Querido Ministro, it is for me a great pleasure to be with you this morning. I think the timing cannot be more appropriate. The global situation in so many different fields is so dramatic that it's very important that we sit together and think about how to handle the problems of today. I like very much to see the leaders of the military of this country who has been a very important ally and a very important member of the European community. And the times that are coming, you are going to have probably more important, because everybody will have to increase the level of engagement with the European Union and with NATO if we want to really begin to resolve the grave problems of today. Allow me to let my imagination go back instead of forward. I remember the end of the century, and you remember the end of the century. What did you expect? What we were expecting at the end of the century? We had the hope of a new century, and lasted that hope of a new century for a very short time. By the month of September, we have September 11, that changed the expectation that we had for the century, really. The criminal acts of the non-state actors, and I would like to underline that, it was none other state that attacked the United States to destroy the towers. We're in a non-state actors that whose acts had global influence. So that was the first change that we have dramatically in our life. That non-state actors can perform good acts or bad acts, in this case, bad acts that had global consequences. Now, we started at that time to tackle how these new threats were to be fought. I was at that time the High Representative of the European Union. I had already abandoned NATO, moved from NATO to the European Union, and remembered that the first thing we did after September 11 from the NATO part is to declare the application of Article 5. For the first time that in NATO, the Article 5 was used. It was used in order to defend, quotation marks, the United States. But that proclaiming of the Article 5 signified an enormous solidarity. Solidarity that was not only a solidarity, talking about solidarity. We did solidarity, and we deployed in Afghanistan as much as we could. We could help as much as we could. Every country did participate there, and we felt really compelled to defend the United States in Afghanistan. But think for a moment, we deployed to Afghanistan, NATO, which is not an organization to fight in Afghanistan or in Africa or it was a European type of organization. But when the problem came, we decided to do and go. And not only we went, but we stayed. And we stayed from the first day to the last day. And I do remember I had to go many, many times to Afghanistan. And I don't know how many times I've been there. And the cooperation between the forces of the European Union, they were deployed as national forces at the time, It was really very, very good. But you don't have to forget that the real important militaries were the American militaries. In Afghanistan was General Petraeus. In Afghanistan was General McChrystal. All the big names of the military of that generation had been in Afghanistan. Why do I say that? Because at the end of the day, we cannot say that Afghanistan was a success. Afghanistan was a failure. And we have to recognize that. It's the first time that, in a way, the forces of the NATO and the forces of the European Union together in a cooperation, we have not been able to leave Afghanistan in a better form than we found it. And this is something that has to make us think, and think very deeply, because it's not a minor thing, it's an important thing. And I think that when we look at this situation, we have to think very, very carefully also about what are we going to do as Europeans and what are we going to do as European members of NATO in the future. This type of conversations, when they are honest, and we have to be honest, makes no sense to talk about this without really looking at the reality face to face. If we want to not to look at the reality and continue thinking or talking without acting, I think that we will go nowhere. So I think that the important thing is that we look at the reality, at what has happened, and try to get together, first think properly, and be ready to act properly. I think one of the most important lessons is that reconstruction of countries cannot be done top down. You have Afghanistan as an example. We spent lots of money, we lost lots of lives, and at the end of the day, a little group of pseudo-terrorists that took over while we were living in a rush after many years. And therefore, this reflection has to accompany us, not to be repeated. Now, the second thing that I would like to say is that we are going to have a new relationship between the European Union and NATO under the consequences of Afghanistan, which will have a lot of importance in the debate. Second, we have it in a world in which we are living under this COVID dramatic situation. And COVID is not a war, but COVID killed people. The difference between the war and COVID, or the pandemic, is not that they both kill people, but COVID doesn't destroy infrastructures. A war destroys infrastructure. So the advantage, potential marks, is that when the virus is defeated, our houses will still be there, our schools will be there, our churches will be there, our universities will be there. If that would have been a war, your house would not be there, your church will not be there, your university will not be there. So we are in a situation of drama, no doubt, but it's a drama in which lives are lost, but infrastructure is maintained. If that is something that is better that we have on top of that, the infrastructure also destroyed. But COVID has put also in the first page of our concerns, what is the role of the society in this moment, and what is the role of every sector of the society? And I will talk about sectors of the society, I think also in the armed forces. In my own country, the role of the armed forces has been fundamental. in distributing vaccines and mobilizing people ill from a hospital was planned, it was full to another was empty. So really the gratitude of the Spanish people to the armed forces for the behavior that they have in the COVID is infinite. And I think that that is not a minor thing, it's a major thing. Because if tomorrow we have to call the armed forces to do something which is not really what the armed forces are expected to do, for instance, migration, for instance, things which probably would have to call on the military also to do it, to have this relationship between the people, the citizens, and the armed forces is very good. It's very good because it helps very much in that relationship. The third thing that I would like to say is that it's not only Pakistan where we should analyze. I think another country, another war, another catastrophe that we have to analyze much more carefully is Syria. Syria is our neighborhood. In Syria, I participated in all the negotiations in Syria and Vienna. And we were about to find a solution. It was not very far. But what prevented the solution to be achieved was what will be the future of the president of Syria. Now, how many years later, today, nobody questioned that the next president of Syria is the same one. So all the debates that we have, infinite debates, that at the end of the day, the result was not agreed because we didn't know what to do with that. What is going to be the future of the president? We know what is the present of the president. So so many years, so many people killed, so many things for an idea that was here in our minds of regime change. The concept regime change as the first and most important obsession for our actions is a big mistake. It's a big mistake. And I hope that we will not continue thinking in those terms. It's not regime change what we have to impose. We cannot impose regime change nowadays. And therefore, we better look at the people and not look only to the leaders of the country that we want to change. We want to make the life of the people better. But our objective cannot be only the regime change. Afghanistan is another example. Regime change was produced, but we could not recreate a state, as I said before, top down. You have to get engaged with the people of the country if you want to really reconstruct a country. Now, all this comes about because we are going to be thinking in the months, the years ahead, of what is the relationship between the European Union and NATO. I think that the relationship cannot be bad. By definition, it cannot be bad. But by definition, it has to be good. And by definition, to be good is to be fair and frank in our responsibilities, which everyone has to take. I don't think that the relationship between the European Union and NATO can be distinguished or separated from the relationship between the European Union and the United States. We have experimented not long ago what the President of the United States can do. Think for a moment about President Trump. The relationship between President Trump and the European Union were very bad. And very bad, when I mean very bad, because it was a lack of interest for the European Union. It was not understood what the European Union signified, because the only thing that he was concerned about, and I like to underline that, but that may come back, is Buy American. And when we're going to be thinking about having a development and technology of military technology in the European Union, we are going to have enormous pressure, and we felt them, and then we feel them, in the idea of who buys what, who has the patent, who is going to do so the idea that Buy America is continued to be with us, not only with Trump, but we continue with Biden, with any president of the United States. And that is something we have to think very carefully, because if we want to be actors in the international state, we may have to have technology which is European. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to be able to really say that we have anything to do in the military field without technology. This is something that you have to debate in your country. We have to debate collectively, because that is going to be one of the big difficulties that we're going to have. How to do it, how much the technology we are going to have, how much technology we are going to have, and what capacities, and what is the technology that's going to be taken by our friends in the United States. This is going to be a big problem. A little anecdote. The European Defense Agency is a very important piece nowadays in the development of the European Union in capabilities. We had the invitation from the United States to be recognized, the European military agency, as part of the institutions that can think about military capabilities, etc. But it came the moment to sign that, and it lasted a phrase. And the phrase was more or less the following: the Americans will have the possibility to participate in all the programs that were created by the agency. The reciprocal, of course, it was not true. And so you have to think not naively, we have to think honestly. We know the Americans are our friends, we know that NATO, the European Union have to cooperate, but we have to have the eyes open in these matters, which are very, 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 very important for the European Union. Otherwise, the European Union will never have the technology developed by itself. And that is, I think we will commit a big mistake. Why? Because if we go a little bit further and we look at the world of today, with China in the scenario, it's very difficult to think that the United States are going to be as interested as they had been in the European territory, in Europe. The big important concern of the United States is going to be in the Pacific. It started very clearly when President Obama mentioned the word pivot into Asia, you remember. At the beginning, that it seemed that it was just a statement, but in the statement that began to be real. And the Americans today, I don't think they have the will, the deep will, or the lead capability to confront with the potential crisis in Europe and in the Pacific. We are in a very complicated moment. We may end up in a conflict between the United States and China. And I hope very much that that doesn't take place, because it will be a tremendous mistake with consequences dramatic. But we are playing in a moment of uncertainty, how it's going to take place, what is going to happen with Taiwan, a lot of things that you have in mind. I don't want to enter too much into it, because any statement that you make about any of these things will be published everywhere. But we have to recognize that we Europeans, we have territories in Europe, territories in the neighborhood of Europe, whose responsibility for security is our responsibility. And we cannot forget that. And we have to be prepared to do something, if necessary, in these theaters. And I think that one of the most important theaters, not for a war, but for conflict, let's call it conflict, is with Russia. And Russia is going to be a nightmare for us because Russia is Belarus, Russia is Ukraine, Russia is Syria, Russia is many things, many places beyond the borders of Russia. And for us, it's going to be necessary to put the limits of that action of Russia. Now, is that going to be military? I hope not. I see no reason deep down politically with intelligent people to be capable to arrive to some modus vivendi with Russia. And this is what has to be our obsession. Our obsession continues to be politics. And for that, we have military, but the obsession has to be politics. And I think that we have to go steps beyond in trying to establish a relationship with Russia, which is better. This will not take place tomorrow. But I think it has to be our obsession and our objective. We belong to the same territory. We don't have a natural border. We have a continuation of territory. And I think that that has to be one of the reflections that we Europeans together have to make. Now, the European Union has some historical difficulties. We have countries, we have known Russia being the Soviet Union, and others have been part of the Warsaw Pact. And of course, they have a relationship with Russia different than the countries that do not have. So how to exercise the conviction power within the European Union? Because we have a problem within the European Union as far as arrive to common positions as far as Russia is concerned and all the problems that Russia may bring about. Now, I hope very much that NATO continues to be a European, basically is a place to, a organization to defend the member states of the alliance, of the alliance. I don't think that the new strategic concepts of NATO begins to be talking about NATO and China. I think we will not make a great success if we start with that. Where NATO is a European objectives, and we have to do with NATO as we did. Let me tell you that I was Secretary General of NATO, and I was later High Representative of the European Union. We had meetings with the Secretary. I had meetings with the Secretary General of the NATO every week, in councils every other week. So never has been a difficult situation as far as a relationship. It's not a question of personal relationship. It's much profound than that. It's a question of how do we feel, how do we look at the future in a much more intelligent manner. This is new. What we have in front of us is new. The hybrid war is new, and we are not still well prepared to fight those wars. let me say something which is very dramatic. In this world we are now today, it's cheaper to attack than to defend. Normally, it's more or less, if not upside down, almost. But now, today, is much cheaper to attack than to defend. We are seeing now for instance, in Belarus, you just send people to the border and that is very cheap. And then you have to react to that, which is very complicated. It's very complicated. So all these things have to be thought. Let me say that I'm sure that you are going to do it, but think carefully about all these questions that I'm talking to you, which are not, sometimes have not thought enough. The last thing I would like to say is that within the European Union, we're going to have problems also with technology. The single market is an instrument which is very powerful for the European Union, the most important thing that we have in the European Union, the single market. But the single market sometimes prevents the construction of companies of the size that are required to be active in the world of today. Look, in the European Union, we have, I don't know how many IT companies, but every country has its own IT company. In the United States, at 3. It's absurd that we have that instead of putting together and having technologically much stronger. But that may happen not only in IT, but it may happen in other elements of technology, which is very important to have the size necessary to be competitive in the world of today. Now, these are things we do not, they don't look that are important, but they're very, very, very important. And if we don't solve these problems, we may have all the compass, theories, etc., but we don't have the equipment or the capabilities to really be able to do what we say we want to do. Now, allow me, João, to say a couple of things to the military. I say the things to the military and in my own country, and allow me as a European to say something to another country. I would love to see the military planning in all the countries of the European Union, not thinking on their own country only. A serious military planning has to be a military planning with a European vision inside. This, I know that is not done. At the end of the day, we say we do it, but we don't do it. But I think we have the obligation, step by step, to further the planning of our capabilities, the planning of everything that has to be done in the armed forces. All that has to be, in a certain manner, Europeanized. And I would like my country to think when they plan that they may have to use forces outside their own country. They have to be prepared for other things, and that has to be put together. And level of planification for technologies, for troops, whatever, and put it together. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to be able to act when the occasion arrives. And the hybrid challenges are very high, and they are very difficult to know how we have to. We are not prepared because we don't know how are they going to be. Therefore, we are not prepared seriously for them. So we have to be prepared to be prepared, if I allow me to say that, which is very, very, very difficult. But again, we need a Europe which is more united. We need a Europe which is in fields that are not, or they were not done in years back. We have to begin to be really in a coordinated mood. And that is the thing that I would like to say as loud as possible. If we want to count, we have to count in all these topics that we are talking about seriously. And seriously mean knowing the other members of the European Union, what are we doing ourselves, and be able to have a good organization to really be able to apply the two documents that you are going to discuss this year. You want to get something more than another document, you can do it easily. If you want to have something which is beyond a document, in a document that allows you to act, this is a different story. And you have to go to that debate with that sentiment, that we have to act, because without action, you are not in the world. The world of today requires action. It doesn't have to be military to killing people. It has to be negotiating negotiating with the others all the time, negotiating with the supposed to be adversary all the time. I was very happy when I saw President Biden after the COP26 to have a conversation, even through the telephone, with President Xi in China. It lasted 2 hours or whatever it lasted. But I would like to see that happening much more frequently. And I would like us to be talking to the Russians much more frequently. It's a strategic trust is something very difficult to construct. But if the trust is not a strategic, practically today is nothing. And therefore, time is required. People with open minds are required. And I think that the armed forces, they have a very important role in what we are talking today about security in the world. And I think after having listened to your minister, I'm very happy that I think you are looking at these problems with intelligence, with strength, and with common sense, and with generosity and solidarity with your people and with the people of Europe. And thank you very much, Al, for the invitation, and thank you very much for your listening to this everything, talking to you. Thank you very much.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Thank you very much. We are a little bit beyond schedule, but I think we will recover. And I thank Dr. Solana for agreeing to take a couple of questions after his talk. So I'm happy to open the debate now, even for a short period, and collect a couple of questions that you might have in the audience. For Dr. Solana, I have one question behind, thank you, and another one here. So we'll take these two, and I ask you to be brief, please. Thank you. Dr. Bruno Cardoso Reis.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to hear you talk with so much experience and wisdom. You mentioned the problem of Syria and this problem also of the West, in order to be coherent with its values, insisting on things like regime change and no impunity for dictators. with all your experience and wisdom, do you see some kind of new solution for that? So what should be the answer? Should we be in a way more tolerant and give a way out to dictators in order to achieve compromise? Is that doable? Thank you.
Could you approach?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we take the second question and you can answer them together. Thank you. It's here, please, in the first row.
Dr. Stolana, thank you very much. By coincidence, I'm the Secretary General for Internal Security, but I came from Moscow as ambassador. And I can say I feel very comforted by your opinions. One question I do have is not about Russia, which I believe that you mentioned, the need to talk, but we need to talk convincingly, I guess, with Moscow. But my question you mentioned is about IT. You mentioned that internal market does not ease it up to have a strong ITs in a world dominated by the US and China on these technologies. I would like to know if you could develop a little bit further. And the second issue is related to this one. We are at war in technology terms, and you said perhaps Europe do have or should have for its autonomy. We should not depend too much on two strategic players. One is our ally, by the way, which is the US, but they have their own economic agenda. So do you think we could have a way to wrap up, to match up with our current market, with our current economy, to become also big players in the IT, which means dominating the market of rare earth, dominating the market of the global value chains? Do you think we still have time to do that? Or do we have to align with our natural ally, which is the US? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solana.
Thank you very much for the question. But the first question is a very difficult one. And this is the question that still we haven't found the answer, because it's not one answer. Every problem in that cases are different, and the way you approach to them is different. As we are doing them today, still, and in some cases, it's not the same thing what you do with Venezuela than what you do with Mali. There are different problems, but the approach, I think, has to change. Our mental approach has to change, because we have failed, quotation marks, in constructing peace. As I said, too many times. And I think we have to begin to think that is not the manner. Afghanistan is a classical example. Maybe we will have to be back in Afghanistan. Who knows? But we thought that we have in Afghanistan an Afghan army which was well prepared as long as the Americans were there. Because once the Americans withdraw the planes, the sky covering, the soldiers of the Afghan army were exactly the same as the others, and therefore they lost. But the thing that I'm sorry to be so, let's say, insistent. I think that the Afghanistan war lasted an immense amount of time, relative terms. They came after the Russians were there also. So I think we thought that we were perfect. We could not be destroyed, that General Petraeus and General I'm sorry, I don't try to make a joke about General Petraeus or General McChrystal, but they were the two figures that invented a new manner of dealing with these problems, and we thought, I included myself, I was in those meetings. We thought that we were A+, and it's not A+ in problems that are not well defined. And when they are not well defined, it's very difficult to do the A+. If the A or the B or even sometimes the C, no? And I think that this is it's an important reflection. That doesn't answer your question. How do we fight somebody which is not doing right? And we don't want to use the manners in which we used before, because we know they are not sufficiently developed for the times of today. But we don't have the alternative. And this is the reason why we are talking today, why we want to see how we work together between the European Union and NATO. And it's very important because the instruments of the European Union are much more sophisticated with the panoply of trade, with cooperation and against poverty. We have many other things that can be added, the package in which you can help to solve the problems of a country. Now let me say again that we Europeans will have to think that there will be problems of the level of global. And there will be other, there will be regional. Regional A or regional B, but regional. I don't think our aim should be the global problem. Global problem will be China, United States. Maybe you have to play something, but and I don't talk militarily, but the tension is ours will be probably with less or regional type of problems. Russia, for instance, or the Middle East, or the big problem that we never want to talk, which is Africa. See, for the Europeans, Africa is absolutely vital. And we never really get to think about Africa in a constructive manner. And by the time we begin to act in Africa, China will be there, I don't know how many years before. In Africa, for us, is absolutely fundamental. So we should not lose the sense of direction. Africa, for us, is a very important place economically, etc. And on the vaccines, we should have done much more in relation to Africa. Now, let me answering that question. Sorry, let me talk say a couple of things about the vaccines. Have you seen any vaccine, European? I think the answer is probably no. But have you seen the scientific work under the vaccine, which is European? And for sure, you have to say yes. So we have been very good at the science, and we have been not so good in the distribution and from the science produce the vaccine. For that you need a pharmaceutical company, which we didn't have. We have many in a country which is European, but it's not the European Union, which is Switzerland. But I don't know how that's not used. But this is the type of things which call to your attention to see how things can be done. The second question, have you mentioned 5G? For instance, 5G has been, we Americans have destroyed Huawei company back basically, and the Europeans have cooperated with that at a very expensive cost. I don't know your country, but my country, the Telefonica, it was working with Huawei for 20 years. Suddenly, Huawei is forbidden. So it's a very expensive decision. Could it be done in a different manner? I think it could have been done. It was this the sentiment that the Huawei was a little bit above, above us, above the probably yes. So it's a moral question. What do we do in the future? If we have, we could save money, we could have a good relationship with Huawei, etc. But we may have infected our communication lines with 5G that God knows who is behind the 5G. No? So these are the big questions that the leaders have to take intelligently.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Solana. Unfortunately, we don't have more time for debate. The seminar must go on. And we have the next, the first panel, or beginning right away. Please don't leave your seats. I would like to convey our warmest, thank you to Dr. Solana.
It has been a real pleasure, and I hope they will repeat it.
I hope
Not
so.
necessarily in smaller groups, or I think that we, now, this I finished, I'm sorry, but I want to say this. Politics, particularly foreign policy, is like a garden. A garden has to be taken care of every day. And you have to have your friends and your adversaries and your telephone and your email or your whatever, just about every day. Talk, speak, visit, be nice. A garden is what we have to create and cultivate a garden with intelligence. It's impossible that you can have the United States and China not talking for months. It's absolutely absurd. In the world of today, with the vaccine, we have with the European Union, we don't talk to Russia. All these things, I think, talking and create the will to talk, or the will to be really active. I don't mean they are going to resolve all the problems, but at least we try, and we try every day. And that, I think, is our obligation as leaders of the political world, military, etc. I think this is our obligation, and you to do it.
We will take that advice very seriously. Thank you very much. We finish here this opening session. So join me in a round of applause to Dr. Solana.
Vamos dar início ao primeiro painel do terceiro Seminário de Defesa Nacional, com o tema o conceito estratégico da NATO e a bússola estratégica da União Europeia depois do Afeganistão. Como renovar a parceria UE-NATO e a relação transatlântica. Vamos agora dar início ao primeiro painel do terceiro Seminário de Defesa Nacional, com o tema O Conceito Estratégico da NATO e a Bússola Estratégica da União Europeia depois do Afeganistão, como renovar a parceria UE-NATO e a relação transatlântica. Modera este painel a senhora deputada Lara Martinho, deputada à Assembleia da República e membro da Comissão Parlamentar de Defesa Nacional.
Muito obrigada, um bom dia a todos, um cumprimento muito especial ao Sr. Ministro da Defesa Nacional, agradeço o amável convite para estar também presente e participar na moderação deste painel, um cumprimento muito especial também ao alto representante, ao ex-alto representante Javier Solana e a todos os presentes. Eu, antes de iniciar também a apresentação aqui dos nossos oradores, gostaria de facto reforçar o privilégio que é poder moderar este interessante painel dedicado ao conceito estratégico da NATO e a bússola estratégica da União Europeia depois do Afeganistão, como renovar a parceria União Europeia-NATO e a relação transatlântica. Hoje, talvez mais do que nunca, precisamos de uma relação transatlântica forte, resiliente, que promova a paz e a segurança mundial, que defenda os direitos humanos e a ordem internacional, promovendo o multilateralismo como caminho para encontrar soluções para os problemas mundiais. E neste contexto, a cooperação entre a NATO e a União Europeia revela-se de facto fundamental. Há já uma história de trabalho e de cooperação comuns entre estas duas instituições, 21 países são simultaneamente membros da União Europeia e da NATO, e de facto facto uma cooperação que ao nível da segurança e defesa entre NATO e União Europeia, no meu entender, também deve continuar a ser reforçada e aprofundada. O início deste ano ficou marcado pelo regresso, digamos assim, dos Estados Unidos à Aliança Atlântica, eu diria mesmo à Europa, com a participação do presidente Joe Biden na Cimeira da NATO, na reunião dos ministros de defesa da União Europeia, e a renovação da própria Aliança Atlântica e da parceria entre os Estados Unidos da América e a União Europeia, e a par desta reaproximação dos Estados Unidos à NATO e à União Europeia, há também aqui, e ao aprofundamento da relação complementar entre a União Europeia e a NATO, decorre a revisão e a afirmação dos conceitos estratégicos da defesa e, portanto, estão a levar a cabo, quer NATO, quer a União Europeia, um processo de reflexão quase simultâneo e que, no caso da NATO, a revisão do conceito estratégico será concluída até à Cimeira de 2022, no caso da União Europeia, a definição da bússola estratégica deverá estar concluída em março de 2022. No entanto, a saída apressada das tropas ocidentais do Afeganistão colocaram de facto em evidência a dependência europeia do poder militar dos Estados Unidos da América e acabou também por impulsionar o debate sobre a importância de uma estratégia europeia futura em matéria de defesa e segurança. Diria que a experiência no Afeganistão acabou por funcionar como catalisador para acentuar a importância de aumentarmos o nível de ambição na bússola estratégica, ou seja, o sentimento que a Europa tem de saber defender e promover os seus próprios interesses, e há de facto um sentimento de urgência do desenvolvimento de uma capacidade de resposta europeia. Portanto, para aprofundar estas e outras questões, nós temos um leque muito interessante de oradores e eu passaria a apresentar o professor Bruno Cardoso Reis, que é atualmente subdiretor do Centro de Estudos Internacionais, ISCTE, onde ensina nomeadamente História Global, Estudos de Segurança e Liderança e Grande Estratégia. Foi de 2011 a 2017 investigador no ICS na Universidade de Lisboa, é assessor do Ministro da Defesa Nacional, colaborou com o IDN 2011 a 2019, tendo nomeadamente feito parte de um grupo de trabalho do Conceito Estratégico de Defesa Nacional, tem um doutoramento em War Studies do King's College London, um MPhil em Historical Study da University of Cambridge e um mestrado em História Contemporânea da Universidade de Lisboa, tem várias publicações e é também comentador regular dos temas de segurança e política internacional, nomeadamente com uma coluna regular no Observador e um podcast semanal. Eu recordava que tem cerca de 15 minutos para a apresentação, para depois podermos ter 30 minutos de debate e, portanto, passava-lhe a palavra. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigado, muito bom dia. Queria começar por saudar o Sr. Ministro da Defesa, o Dr. Javier Solana, a Sra. Secretária de Estado, os chefes militares, a Sra. Diretora do IDN e demais altos responsáveis civis e militares. Queria também, obviamente, saudar a nossa moderadora, a Sra. Deputada Laura Martinho e também os demais membros do painel, com quem é um prazer partilhar esta mesa. Agradecer muito o honroso convite que me foi feito e como de facto temos tempo limitado, vou passar diretamente para o tema, começando pelo princípio, ou seja, pela questão da relação transatlântica. Recordar que de facto, em termos conceituais, relação transatlântica significa simplesmente relação entre Estados das várias margens do Atlântico, mas sabemos de facto, desde a Segunda Guerra Mundial e durante a Guerra Fria, os Estados Unidos lideraram um processo de redefinição do atlantismo em termos mais restritivos, ou se quisermos mais precisos, ou seja, em termos da relação entre os Estados Unidos e os seus aliados na Europa, muito centrado na Aliança Atlântica, mas também fortemente complementado por um processo de integração europeia que veio culminar na criação da União Europeia. Portanto, esta relação transatlântica tem um pilar que é a forte garantia de segurança dos Estados Unidos em relação à Europa Ocidental e que se traduz de facto numa estrutura militar permanente, não só numa aliança, digamos, multilateral vaga, mas numa estrutura militar e também de consulta político-diplomática permanente. Um segundo pilar é de facto esta enorme interdependência entre duas das mais prósperas economias de mercado do mundo, que ainda hoje se mantém, apesar das mudanças em curso 1/3 da economia global continua a ser a soma dos Estados Unidos com a Europa, um nível de interligação e interdependência que é de facto único. 60% do investimento externo da Europa é nos Estados Unidos e vice-versa. Mesmo em termos, por exemplo, da nova economia digital, o volume de dados que passa nos cabos transatlânticos é 50% superior àquele que passa nos cabos transpacíficos, se quisermos. Ainda hoje, 48 dos 50 estados dos Estados Unidos exportam mais para a Europa do que para a Ásia, e isto inclui estados como a Califórnia, que era, digamos, que foi conquistado como a porta para o Pacífico dos Estados Unidos. Um terceiro pilar fundamental, de facto, foi o enorme consenso em torno de valores fundamentais e também de uma certa visão do mundo, apesar de ocasionais tensões como o Suez ou os euromísseis, e de facto isso é fundamental em termos de termos uma relação transatlântica que de facto não é simplesmente uma aliança de ocasião, mas se constituiu em torno de organizações com um grau de densidade, de robustez, que de facto é inédito. E também se traduz de facto na sua enorme resiliência. Sabemos que uma questão fundamental que temos desde pelo menos o final da Guerra Fria e que agora se renovou, digamos, com a questão em particular da ascensão da China, é saber se de facto estas estruturas que foram criadas essencialmente no período da Guerra Fria continuam a estar, digamos, fit for purpose, continuam a ser adequadas. Sabemos que há autores de referência no campo das relações internacionais que dizem que não, por exemplo o Kenneth Waltz ou o John Mearsheimer. Sabemos que com o presidente Donald Trump, pela primeira vez tivemos o líder do principal país, digamos, da potência indispensável neste sistema de segurança de relações económicas que são os Estados Unidos, a dizerem que ela estava em parte obsoleta, a dizerem que a NATO era obsoleta, a dizer que a União Europeia era um inimigo dos Estados Unidos. Será que o presidente Trump terá alguma razão, ou seja, até um relógio avariado está certo 2 vezes ao dia, não é? E, sobretudo, será que estas ideias têm futuro nos Estados Unidos? Será que o presidente Trump regressará ou que alguém com este tipo de ideias regressará ao poder nos Estados Unidos? De facto, essa é uma questão central que, no fundo, com a qual, no fundo, todos nós nos temos de digamos, debater. Será que atualmente os 30 Estados-membros da NATO continuam a ter interesses de segurança, interesses económicos essencialmente convergentes? Será que têm valores e visões do mundo também essencialmente convergentes? Nós sabemos, através de sondagens, que a opinião pública, na maior parte dos países da NATO, continua a ser muito favorável à aliança, ou maioritariamente favorável à aliança. Talvez a única exceção sejam a Grécia e a Turquia. A média, o valor médio, segundo a Pew, é da volta de 60% de apoio à permanência na aliança. No caso dos Estados Unidos, anda à volta dos 61%. Mas também sabemos que há uma certa tendência para a queda nesse apoio. Nos Estados Unidos, por exemplo, nos anos 40, há sondagens nos Estados Unidos desde os anos 30, o apoio à NATO na altura da sua fundação é à volta dos 75%, não é? Atualmente estamos nos 61%. E, sobretudo, no caso dos Estados Unidos, temos também uma tendência para uma polarização, para já ainda um pouco ténue, mas muito preocupante, até do tema da NATO, uma polarização partidária no seio dos Estados Unidos. Ou seja, enquanto durante muitas décadas a Aliança Atlântica, as relações transatlânticas eram uma prioridade consensual entre os dois grandes partidos, entre a esquerda e a direita norte-americana, isso atualmente já não é tão assim e, de facto, assistiu-se nos últimos anos a uma certa quebra no apoio à NATO entre os republicanos. Se essa tendência se consolidar, isso seria, de facto, uma péssima notícia para o futuro da aliança e das relações transatlânticas. Como eu disse, todos nós, no fundo, nos temos de confrontar com esta questão. Será que a NATO, será que as relações transatlânticas ainda cumprem os seus propósitos? Obviamente, um dos sítios onde vamos procurar respostas será certamente no novo conceito estratégico da NATO, será também no novo documento e no primeiro documento orientador para a defesa europeia, a chamada bússola estratégica. Ambos espera-se que sejam aprovados na primeira metade de 2022 e também numa anunciada nova declaração conjunta NATO-União Europeia. Há uma crítica, digamos, relativamente popular e fácil a este tipo de documentos estratégicos, que é dizer que são meras declarações de intenções, que é dizer que são documentos puramente retóricos, digamos, para entreter, em particular, académicos. E é verdade que estes são textos públicos e que têm, de facto, uma função também narrativa e certamente política. É verdade que entretém alguns académicos, geralmente a criticar os textos, porque não seguem exatamente a linha que esses académicos defendem, mas eu acho que não devemos desvalorizar o papel das narrativas ou de uma visão de futuro na política. É evidente também que estes documentos podem ser, de facto, excessivamente retóricos e puramente declaratórios, mas isso é uma crítica no sentido de fazer documentos deste tipo melhores, não é? Mais concretos, voltados para as questões do futuro. E acho que, sobretudo, estes documentos são muito importantes em momentos de grande mudança, em que é preciso, de facto, reajustar prioridades, e são especialmente importantes em organizações muito complexas ou em alianças com muitos Estados-membros. De facto, numa aliança com 30 Estados-membros, como é o caso da NATO, numa organização com 27 Estados-membros, como é a União Europeia, com prioridades que não são sempre necessariamente coincidentes, de facto, este tipo de documentos parece-me absolutamente indispensável. Quais são, então, os grandes desafios que me parece que estes documentos não podem ignorar, de facto, para renovarmos as relações transatlânticas de uma forma que seja adequada aos desafios atuais? De facto, desde logo, não ignorar esses desafios. E eu diria que um primeiro desafio evidente é o fim da unipolaridade e, de facto, a ascensão de uma China, de uma Rússia cada vez mais assertivas militarmente, mas tendo em conta que isso acontece não apenas nas suas regiões adjacentes, mas, de facto, de uma forma cada vez mais global. Um segundo desafio fundamental é esta questão da afirmação pelos Estados Unidos de uma prioridade para o Indo-Pacífico e como garantir que isso de facto não leva ao surgimento de vazios estratégicos perigosos em regiões que deixam de ser consideradas como prioritárias. Um terceiro desafio fundamental tem a ver de facto com a questão da inovação em múltiplas dimensões, em múltiplas tecnologias, com enormes implicações não só económicas, mas também no campo da segurança e defesa, inclusive para a viabilidade de muitas plataformas militares tradicionais, ou de mecanismos também de dissuasão e defesa tradicionais, como aliás já foi referido na intervenção do Dr. Javier Solana. Um quarto desafio fundamental, a questão da resiliência económica e societal, como fazer face, por exemplo, a choques crescentes por via da crise climática, sem cair ao mesmo tempo numa autarquia que seja empobrecedora, e aqui de facto a relação transatlântica oferece um enorme potencial. Em termos mais especificamente da defesa e dos desafios militares, como no fundo combinar o desafio que é ameaças renovadas em termos convencionais e nucleares, a par de novas ameaças híbridas e tendo em conta que continuam, ou seja, há uma persistência de ataques tipo irregular, tipo não convencional por atores não estatais, muitas vezes inclusive associados a conflitos indiretos, ou seja, as chamadas guerras por procuração. Eu recordo aqui que desde 1945, 85% dos conflitos foram de tipo irregular, assimétrico, não convencional. De facto, temos de ter em conta o que se passou no Afeganistão, mas temos de evitar uma espécie de síndrome do Afeganistão, como houve um síndrome do Vietnã, em que basicamente os Estados Unidos decidiram que não iam fazer este tipo de guerras, não se iam envolver neste tipo de conflitos. O problema é que este é o tipo de conflitos que há. E, portanto, há aqui uma preocupação compreensível em evitar novas grandes operações em grande escala por tropas ocidentais de contra-insurreição, mas isso não quer dizer que se possa evitar, de facto, este tipo de conflitos. Obviamente não vou abordar aqui aprofundadamente cada uma destes desafios, eventualmente no debate pode haver um bocadinho mais de tempo para abordar um ou outro especificamente. Há, no entanto, e para terminar, há 3 aspectos fundamentais e transversais que eu acho que são cruciais para responder a estes desafios no contexto da relação transatlântica. O primeiro é que, de facto, o conceito Indo-Pacífico tem de nos merecer grande atenção, porque está no topo da agenda estratégica dos Estados Unidos, mas nem por isso deixa de ser um conceito altamente problemático. E, portanto, eu acho que nós não podemos reduzir a nossa visão estratégica, nomeadamente num campo fundamental como é efetivamente a segurança marítima, digamos, a este conceito geoestratégico da moda. E também temos de ter em conta, e sobretudo aí diria os Estados Unidos devem ter em conta, que as colossais diferenças de recursos, de meios, de cultura estratégica, países que vão de Moçambique ao Chile, passando pela colossal Índia e pelo minúsculo Vanuatu, de facto não se prestam ao surgimento de uma NATO, de uma comunidade de segurança como a Aliança Atlântica no chamado Indo-Pacífico. De facto não há alternativas para a NATO desse ponto de vista. Há aliados interessantes certamente nessa região, mas não parece provável, e não é por acaso que, apesar das múltiplas tentativas dos Estados Unidos, nunca emergiu algo parecido à NATO nessa região. Um segundo é, de facto, se a Europa quiser ser um ator credível a nível internacional, num contexto, de facto, de grande conflitualidade, de grande choque entre grandes potências, de facto, se quiser levar a sério esta ideia de que tem uma abordagem verdadeiramente holística, integrada à gestão de conflitos, tem de facto de reforçar e também coordenar melhor o seu investimento em capacidades militares, tem de se afirmar como um ator capaz de levar a cabo missões militares operacionais robustas. Ao mesmo tempo, é evidente que esta tentativa de reforçar a Europa da defesa não pode ser feita contra a NATO e os Estados Unidos, até porque isso seria condená-la ao fracasso, porque só levaria a divisões no seio da União Europeia. O terceiro, digamos, conclusão transversal é, de facto, nós temos de ter objetivos e meios, objetivos muito mais realistas e um emprego de meios também a um nível muito mais realista. Nós não vamos conseguir construir Suíças em países altamente divididos, extremamente pobres, que estão a sair de conflitos extremamente violentos. E, de facto, também temos de ter em conta que não há soluções duráveis. Eu acho que essa é a grande lição do Afeganistão, como também já foi aqui referido. Não há soluções duráveis se, de facto, elas não forem sustentadas por parceiros locais credíveis e capazes. Nós não nos podemos substituir, de facto, aos atores locais na resolução destes conflitos. Podemos envolver-nos, devemos nos envolver muitas vezes e podemos ter um papel útil. Nem todos os casos serão como o Afeganistão e nem todos os casos têm sido como o Afeganistão, apesar de tudo o Iraque, por exemplo, é um pouco diferente, mas de facto temos de ser muito mais realistas. E terminava dizendo que de facto este parece-me que é claramente o momento ideal para apostar numa parceria reforçada, adaptada, dinâmica entre os Estados Unidos e a NATO e também entre a União Europeia e a NATO. Não apenas porque temos um conceito estratégico novo, uma nova bússola estratégica, uma nova declaração conjunta, mas de facto porque nunca na história os Estados Unidos, a Europa, enfrentaram uma potência rival que representasse mais de 60% do seu PIB, como é evidentemente o caso da China. Desinvestir na coesão do Ocidente, da Aliança Atlântica neste momento, em nome de uma política protecionista, nacionalista, supostamente favorável à classe média, seja americana ou europeia, no fundo políticas populistas fáceis, com soluções supostamente simples, seria de facto um erro estratégico enorme. Obrigado.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Dr. Bruno Cardoso Reis, pela sua interessante intervenção, pela referência aos grandes desafios que temos pela frente e cujos conceitos estratégicos também terão que ter em conta, salientando também aqui a importância do reforço da parceria entre os Estados Unidos da América e a NATO e a União Europeia. O nosso próximo orador é o Sr. Professor Carlos Gaspar, é assessor do Instituto de Defesa Nacional, investigador do Instituto Português de Relações Internacionais e professor catedrático convidado da Universidade Autónoma de Lisboa. Estudou Direito e História na Universidade Clássica de Lisboa, fez um mestrado de Ciências Políticas e Relações Internacionais no Instituto d'Études Politiques de Paris e é doutorado em História e Relações Internacionais pela Universidade Nova de Lisboa. Foi conselheiro dos presidentes Ramalho Yanes, Mário Soares e Jorge Sampaio, assessor do Conselho de Administração da Fundação Oriente, membro do European Council on Foreign Relations e membro do Conselho Científico do Real Instituto Elcano. Passava-lhe a palavra, relembrava também que tem 15 minutos. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Ministro, Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. A Organização do Tratado do Atlântico Norte e a União Europeia estão ambas a rever os seus documentos estratégicos de referência num contexto de mudança acelerada dos equilíbrios internacionais. Em circunstâncias normais, a revisão do conceito estratégico da NATO devia ter sido completada em 2020, 10 anos depois da aprovação do 6º conceito estratégico na Cimeira de Lisboa. Em 2014, a anexação da Crimeia tornou obsoleto o conceito estratégico que considerava a Rússia como um parceiro estratégico e determinou uma mudança na postura da NATO que restaura, incluindo a revisão da sua estratégia militar, que restaura o primado da defesa convencional na hierarquia das prioridades aliadas. Todavia, as divergências políticas crescentes entre os aliados tornaram impossível rever o conceito estratégico antes de uma mudança política nos Estados Unidos. O secretário-geral da NATO antecipou essa mudança e, na sequência da Cimeira de Londres, em dezembro de 2019, nomeou o grupo de reflexão que preparou o relatório sobre a NATO 2030. Esse relatório, que defendia a revisão do conceito estratégico, foi entregue a Jens Stoltenberg em novembro de 2020, logo a seguir à eleição presidencial norte-americana. 3 meses depois, o secretário-geral propôs que o novo conceito estratégico fosse adotado em 2022 e na Cimeira de Bruxelas, em junho passado, Stoltenberg foi mandatado para dirigir o processo de revisão do conceito estratégico que será aprovado na próxima Cimeira de Chefes de Estado e de Governo da NATO. Paralelamente, a União Europeia está a terminar a preparação da sua bússola estratégica, que deve ser aprovada antes do conceito estratégico da NATO. Os processos de negociação dos documentos estratégicos da União Europeia e da NATO, como referiu o Dr. Bruno Cardoso Reis, são importantes em si mesmos. São importantes para a construção dos consensos políticos e de uma visão estratégica comum, não só em cada uma das instituições, mas para o conjunto das democracias ocidentais. É difícil separar os dois processos. Desde logo, a segurança europeia, que é o tema principal do conceito estratégico e da bússola estratégica, é indivisível. Por outro lado, as democracias ocidentais reconhecem as consequências negativas da viragem estratégica que está a pôr em causa a ordem liberal, nomeadamente a ascensão da China. E, por último, a maior parte dos membros europeus são membros da União Europeia e a maior parte dos membros da União Europeia são membros da Aliança Transatlântica. Os dois processos paralelos são uma oportunidade para redefinir a divisão do trabalho entre a NATO e a União Europeia, ou, numa fórmula mais alargada, para definir uma divisão do trabalho entre a NATO, a União Europeia e os Estados-membros da Comunidade de Segurança Transatlântica. A NATO é o principal responsável pela defesa europeia, a União Europeia é o seu principal parceiro estratégico e os Estados-membros da NATO e da União Europeia têm todos responsabilidades próprias na segurança europeia. O relatório NATO 2030 define as grandes linhas de revisão do conceito estratégico. A NATO deve manter as 3 missões fundamentais definidas no conceito de 2010. A defesa coletiva, a gestão de crises, a segurança cooperativa. Deve manter o seu estatuto como o fórum essencial de consultas políticas transatlânticas. Deve reforçar a dissuasão e a defesa, incluindo a dissuasão nuclear, a projeção de estabilidade e a resiliência em todos os domínios. Deve reforçar a sua vinculação aos princípios fundadores da Aliança, deve adaptar-se às mudanças estratégicas. O relatório 2030 diz tanto ao desafio principal da Rússia como ao desafio emergente da China. E deve integrar mais completamente a luta contra o terrorismo internacional nas suas missões fundamentais, ter em conta as novas ameaças híbridas e o impacto das tecnologias disruptivas emergentes. Essas linhas gerais devem ser trabalhadas quer para precisar as ameaças externas, quer para consolidar as prioridades da NATO. O relatório dos peritos, tal como os documentos estratégicos dos Estados Unidos, assume a dupla ameaça da Rússia e da China. Mas enquanto os Estados Unidos identificam a China como a única potência que pode pôr em causa a sua preponderância internacional e a Rússia como um mero perturbador internacional, a NATO identifica a Rússia como a ameaça principal à segurança aliada e a China como uma ameaça secundária. Essa hierarquização é indispensável para garantir a coesão interna da NATO, sobretudo depois da viragem ofensiva na estratégia revisionista da Rússia. As 3 missões principais da NATO devem ser hierarquizadas. O ressurgimento da Rússia justifica por si só o reconhecimento da defesa coletiva, incluindo a dissuasão nuclear e a partilha nuclear entre os aliados como a prioridade das prioridades da NATO. Dissuadir a Rússia é mais importante do que a luta contra as redes terroristas internacionais, do que a gestão de crises e do que a projeção de estabilidade nas periferias do Sul. Naturalmente, a NATO tem de manter a sua capacidade expedicionária, indispensável na gestão de crises e na neutralização das redes terroristas pan-islâmicas. O relatório dos peritos refere a necessidade de reforçar o Hub for the South no Joint Force Command de Nápoles. Esse comando devia ser entregue à França e à Grã-Bretanha, os 2 membros europeus do Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas, para dar forma, para dar um passo decisivo na europeização da NATO. No mesmo sentido, as parcerias estratégicas também devem ser hierarquizadas. A relação entre a NATO e a União Europeia tem um lugar à parte, não só pela intimidade política entre as 2 instituições que definem as fronteiras externas da democracia na Europa, mas também pela multiplicação dos domínios concretos de cooperação codificados nas suas declarações conjuntas. Dito isso, as parcerias globais da NATO podem ser reforçadas e alargadas, nomeadamente as parcerias com Estados democráticos. A nova centralidade estratégica, a nova moda do Indo-Pacífico dá uma relevância acrescida às relações com a Austrália, a Nova Zelândia, o Japão e a República da Coreia, mas torna mais saliente a ausência de uma parceria com a Índia, cujas políticas externas têm evoluído no sentido da convergência com as democracias ocidentais. Por sua vez, a centralidade do Atlântico para a NATO justifica a parceria estratégica com o Brasil, uma proposta original de Portugal no processo de negociação do conceito estratégico da NATO de 2010, desde que as condições políticas internas do Brasil possam validar essa iniciativa. O relatório NATO 2030 reconhece ainda a necessidade de valorizar os princípios fundadores da NATO como a primeira aliança multilateral das democracias liberais, numa conjuntura em que a convergência entre as democracias ganha relevância, designadamente com a iniciativa do presidente Biden, que vai convocar uma cimeira das democracias para o próximo mês de dezembro, para a qual, de resto, não foram convidados nem a Hungria, membro da NATO e da União Europeia, nem a Turquia, que é membro da NATO. A bússola estratégica da União Europeia está mais adiantada do que a revisão do conceito estratégico da NATO, e o alto representante para a política externa e de segurança já apresentou oficialmente uma versão do texto. A União Europeia é crucial para a segurança europeia, mas não é uma aliança militar e não tem credibilidade no domínio da defesa coletiva. A União Europeia deve concentrar as suas prioridades na gestão de crises e na segurança interna, enquanto prepara as condições da sua futura autonomia estratégica, nomeadamente na dimensão tecnológica e industrial, sustentada pelo Fundo de Defesa Europeia e pelos projetos da cooperação estruturada permanente. Nesse quadro, a bússola estratégica deve dar prioridade às condições que podem consolidar a sua capacidade de intervenção militar autónoma em conflitos periféricos. Essas condições incluem a capacidade de planeamento estratégico e de comando operacional, os meios de projeção de forças e as tropas em prontidão para uma intervenção rápida, o que implica, inevitavelmente, uma duplicação de capacidades e de meios entre a União Europeia e a NATO, nomeadamente no planeamento estratégico e nas estruturas de comando. As tropas mobilizadas podem estar preparadas para integrar tanto as missões da União Europeia como as da Aliança Atlântica ou de coligações formais, como a Iniciativa de Intervenção Europeia, criada pela França, ou a Joint Expeditionary Force, criada pela Grã-Bretanha, ou coligações informais, formadas pelos Estados-membros da NATO e da União Europeia. Paralelamente, a União Europeia deve desenvolver os seus programas próprios nos domínios da segurança marítima, da defesa cibernética e espacial. A expansão das operações militares de segurança marítima é especialmente importante para garantir a projeção da presença naval europeia, não só no Mediterrâneo e no Atlântico, incluindo o Atlântico Sul, mas também no Índico e no Pacífico. A União Europeia é crucial nas dimensões de segurança tecnológica, da segurança interna e da segurança humana. A União Europeia tem de recuperar as condições de autonomia estratégica das suas redes de telecomunicações, das redes energéticas, dos portos e das cadeias de produção e garantir a resiliência das infraestruturas críticas e da capacidade industrial e tecnológica europeia pela redução da dependência em relação a entidades externas potencialmente hostis. No mesmo sentido, a União Europeia tem de recuperar a sua competitividade nos domínios tecnológicos de vanguarda mais relevantes para a defesa e a segurança. É urgente expandir a capacidade europeia de controlar as fronteiras externas da União Europeia, nomeadamente com o desenvolvimento do Frontex, que é um instrumento crucial para a segurança europeia. As unidades do Frontex devem poder estar presentes no controle tanto das fronteiras marítimas como das fronteiras terrestres. A crise nas fronteiras da Polónia e da Lituânia com a Bielorrússia sublinha, mais uma vez, a necessidade de reforçar os meios disponíveis para garantir a segurança permanente das fronteiras externas da União Europeia e de garantir a presença do Frontex na primeira linha. A relevância da União Europeia nas campanhas de vacinação contra o Covid-19, dentro e fora da Europa, demonstra a sua importância crucial no domínio da segurança humana, embora, como referiu Javier Solana, não exista nenhuma vacina produzida dentro da União Europeia. A AstraZeneca, apesar de tudo, é uma empresa inglesa e sueca, portanto, faz um pouco exceção a essa limitação grave que constatamos nos últimos 2 anos. Finalmente, a bússola estratégica deve valorizar as suas parcerias externas multilaterais e bilaterais. Deve valorizar as parcerias externas multilaterais e multilaterais da União Europeia. Tal como a NATO reconhece a União Europeia como o seu principal parceiro estratégico, a União Europeia reconhece a importância da cooperação política, securitária e militar com a NATO, que tem um lugar próprio entre os parceiros multilaterais da União Europeia. Entre as parcerias bilaterais, a bússola estratégica deve destacar a importância para as relações transatlânticas da parceria com os Estados Unidos. Nos últimos meses, os Estados Unidos e a União Europeia estabeleceram um diálogo sobre a China, um diálogo sobre segurança e defesa, e vão estabelecer, a partir do próximo mês, um diálogo sobre a Índia. Começaram a construir uma esfera de influência tecnológica separada, em que se deve integrar o conjunto das democracias ocidentais. Em junho de 2021, a Cimeira entre os Estados Unidos e a União Europeia decidiu criar um Conselho de Comércio e Tecnologia, que se reuniu pela primeira vez em setembro e cujo mandato inclui o desenvolvimento de um modelo democrático de governança digital. Modelo democrático de governança digital. Essa iniciativa é um passo decisivo para a segurança europeia transatlântica e um instrumento crucial na estratégia de contenção da China. As referências disponíveis sobre a bússola estratégica e a revisão do conceito estratégico da NATO tornam possível esboçar uma redefinição da divisão do trabalho entre a NATO, a União Europeia e os Estados-membros das 2 instituições multilaterais. E termino com esse ponto. Em primeiro lugar, a NATO deve ser reconhecida pelo conjunto dos aliados ocidentais e dos parceiros europeus como o primeiro responsável pela defesa coletiva europeia. Em segundo lugar, a União Europeia deve adiar os seus projetos de autonomia estratégica plena para se concentrar na gestão de crises e na segurança tecnológica, na segurança interna e na segurança humana. Em terceiro lugar, a França e a Grã-Bretanha e os Estados com capacidades provadas nesse domínio, incluindo Portugal, devem concentrar-se nas missões expedicionárias indispensáveis para conter os conflitos periféricos no Mediterrâneo, no Norte da África e na África subsaariana. Em quinto lugar, a NATO e a União Europeia devem convergir nas políticas que visam a autonomia estratégica e a resiliência da comunidade das democracias ocidentais, independentemente das suas divergências conjunturais nas relações com a China e a Rússia. E em sexto lugar, last not least, a NATO e a União Europeia devem convergir na defesa comum dos valores da democracia e do direito internacional e na consolidação da ordem liberal. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Professor Carlos Gaspar, pelos seus importantes contributos para este debate, saliento em particular a importância dos processos de negociação dos conceitos estratégicos em si mesmo, para a construção também dos consensos políticos, e é de facto difícil separar os dois processos que estão a ser trabalhados neste momento pela NATO e a União Europeia, e vemos num contexto de mudanças e os dois conceitos têm de dar resposta a essas mudanças. And now we will pass the floor to our speaker, Thierry Tardy, is director of the research division at NATO Defense College in Rome. Previously, he held senior research and management positions at the EU Institute for Security Studies in Paris, the Geneva Center for Security Policy, and the Foundation for Strategic Research in Paris. His field of expertise include NATO's policy and adaptation, the European Union Common Security and Defense Policy, NATO-EU relations, the politics of crisis management, UN peace operations, and French security and defense policy. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Chair. And I'd like to start by thanking the National Defense Institute for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you in Lisbon. I think that I talked to this institute virtually when you were having the EU presidency, but it's even better if I can visit you. And also it's a great honor to speak in the presence of the defense minister and also, of course, Javier Solana, always very stimulating to listen to you, sir. What I'm going to do is to talk about the EU-NATO partnership as much as my other colleagues in the panel. I might offer you a not very optimistic picture of the partnership, and I've worked in the EU as an analyst, now work for NATO as an analyst, and I speak in my own capacity, and what I'm going to say draws on what I've seen and the research that I've done. So I have 3 points. The first is that I think that there are two readings of the current EU-NATO cooperation or partnership. There is a positive one and there is a less positive one, and probably the two have some truth. The two are valid to the analysis and need to be accounted for. So the positive one is just to say, and that's well documented, it's the two joint declarations since 2016, the fact that a lot has been done, the fact that the two institutions talk to each other, work with each other in a way today that was never observed before, that there are now 3 levels of cooperation. One is the political level, by which the representatives of the two institutions are present in the others' high-level meetings. So on the NATO side, SecGen, Deputy SecGen, Assistant Secretary Generals, Deputy Assistant Secretary Generals, and on the EU side, the High Representative, but also EU commissioners, directors contribute, participate in the meetings of the other institution, and that has become like a practice of the two institutions, and that's positive. The second level is staff to staff. So there is no unit, no division in the two institutions in which there is no point of contact for the EU-NATO cooperation. They do cross-briefing, they exchange information. So the staff-to-staff dialogue is intense, it's regular, and again, it's probably very positive. And then you have the third level, which is operational cooperation. So there is a list of operational cooperation. It's documented in the progress reports. We are now at the 7th. Military mobility is usually taken as an example. Maritime security used to be taken as an example. It's less true today due to some tensions, but it was the case. Hybrid, cyber, you have a number of elements that make the point that the two institutions now work together. There is a socialization process ongoing that is positive, and the third joint declaration was mentioned. It's going to come probably early 2022, taking stock of new domains of cooperation, emerging disruptive technologies, but also climate change. So there are things happening, and I think it's fair to say that those things are positive and they contribute to a better understanding, socialization, information sharing, joint cooperation at the operational level. That is positive. But there is also a less positive approach to the cooperation that as a researcher, we need also to point to. The official narrative is very positive. I tend to believe that the reality is less positive. And what they do together remain at the informal level. It remains uninstitutionalized. It remains sub-strategic. And I think that sub-strategic dimension of the EU-NATO cooperation is probably the most important problem, issue, obstacle that we are facing. There are two main reasons that explain that sub-strategic cooperation between the two institutions. One is the Cyprus-Turkish issue that is with us. And that means that the two institutions cannot do anything formally with legal instruments outside of the Berlin Plus agreement, so outside of the Althea operation. So outside of that dialogue between the two institutions on Operation Althea in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which is the Berlin Plus agreement, outside of this, all the rest takes place at an informal level, which constrains the cooperation between the two institutions. And the other reason is simply the broader political issue of the compatibility between what the EU is and does and what NATO is and does, with questions about how states see the respective roles, portfolios of the two organizations. As I said before, the meaning of defense on the EU side, the meaning of strategic autonomy and what it implies, not only for the EU, but also for NATO, how much the US administration is keen to see the EU play an increased role in defense. So not only EU member states, but also the US administration, how much European states want to develop the European pillar in NATO and want to do that outside of NATO, i.e. through the European Union. And all these questions are with us, and they create tensions between the member states and between the two institutions, political tensions that we've been debated for a while, that are clear obstacles to the EU-NATO cooperation. And maybe there is a third issue that is with us. Hopefully that will not last too long, but that's Brexit, which means, among other issues, that we have another NATO ally that is not an EU member, and for which NATO-EU cooperation might not be the priority, to put it diplomatically. So we have maybe Turkey, we have maybe the US, we have maybe the UK, that are key NATO allies, not EU members, for which NATO-EU cooperation might not be the priority. And for those reasons, the partnership has remained sub-strategic. The second point I want to make is that maybe the strategic moment that we are going through with the parallel processes of a new strategic concept for NATO and the strategic compass for the EU, maybe that moment is not the best moment to advance the EU-NATO agenda. That's a bit counterintuitive, or because in theory it should be. In theory, institutions are now looking at their own mission, they are looking at their mandate, they are looking at their raison d'etre, and partnership is essential to that. So we should have a good moment for revisiting the EU-NATO partnership. And if you look at the strategic compass process, partnership was or still is one of the 4 baskets that was looked at, together with capability development, resilience, crisis management. And reciprocally, if you look at the NATO 2030 process and the reflection group report was mentioned already, partnerships are an important dimension of that reflection. And if you also look, and I was said before by everybody, if you look at the nature of the challenges are a plea for interinstitutional cooperation, right? Nobody could say that because of the nature of the challenges that are transverse, transnational, non-state, state, military, non-military, that cooperation between the two institutions is not a good idea. So you have a plea for that interinstitutional cooperation. In reality, though, whether the EU-NATO partnership will be central to the end products, strategic compass and strategic concept, I'm not so sure. One reason is that in that key moment, each organization is pretty much inward looking. There is a dimension that is about introspection. Each institution wants to guarantee its own raison d'etre, its own relevance, its own comparative advantages, and that may play against the necessity to develop further the cooperation with the other institutions. And if you look at the draft strategic concept compass that I'm sure you've seen, NATO as a partner does not feature particularly prominently. You have some traditional wording about it, but you don't see anything that is significant. And if you look at NATO, the big debates, the big questions about the deterrence and defense agenda, they are about how to adapt to new threats. It is about how to respond to China. It is about how European states are going to respond to the US request for NATO to be more focused on China. And one argument might be to say that in those debates, the EU is peripheral. The EU is not necessarily central. And if I had to bet on the next strategic concept to be adopted at the June 2022 summit, I would say that most likely we will have a very traditional language on how important the NATO-EU cooperation should be. We've had that for a few years in official documents, but probably no big shift. It's very likely that the word strategic autonomy will not appear in the strategic concept of NATO. It would be already an achievement if it appears in the strategic compass. It appears only once in the draft strategic compass. But as far as NATO documents, I doubt that it will appear because of the political tensions that I mentioned before. And I'm not sure that a year from now or 8 months from now, the situation will be very different. So third point, how to move forward. What are the ingredients? What are the requirements? I'm going to mention only 3. Of course, there are many more. To move the partnership forward with, I think, the objective that it should be more strategic. And Bruno ended in his conclusion by this, and I very much share his thoughts on this. The first element is that there is a need for some kind of US benevolence or US endorsement that the EU's efforts and ambition to develop its defense identity and role is recognized on the US side, and we know how ambivalent the US administrations have been, and I do not even mention the Trump administration, but even under more like civilized administrations, that has been difficult. And as long as there is no clear position of the US in favor of some kind of a role for the EU as a security/defense actor, I doubt that the EU-NATO strategic partnership will move forward. And in return, on the EU side, there is a need for some clarity on the complementarity between the EU defense efforts and NATO. So that needs some good work, communication, but also more substantive work on the concept of strategic autonomy that has been probably counterproductive. And I know the proposal of Gaspar on this, probably a good concept for what it means, but probably very badly communicated on. And work needs to be done. with in mind the EU-NATO partnership, because the way strategic autonomy has been presented has undermined the very concept of EU-NATO partnership. Second, I suppose that what we need is also some European eagerness to make Europe or the EU a credible defense actor, be it whether within NATO or in the EU itself. And the strategic compass is certainly useful in this respect. And of course, we need to mention the efforts over the last 5 or 6 years. PESCO was mentioned, the European Defence Fund, European Peace Facility. What has been done over the last 5 or 6 years is certainly good, but as always been the case since the late 1990s, the problem is usually less the written document, and that was said before, than action. And as a subtitle to our session, Afghanistan was mentioned, but in Afghanistan, in August, the problem was not the absence of a rapid deployment capacity. I think we know this. It was simply that no European state was willing to go regardless of the capacity dimension. So that's the notion of political will. That's the notion of what we Europeans want to do together in the defense domain without the Americans. And the third and last point is that probably to move the EU-NATO partnership forward and so that it reaches a strategic kind of dimension, we need to engage in a discussion about what strategic would mean for the EU and NATO. We need to have a discussion about a division of tasks, be it geographical or functional. We need to look at comparative advantages. We need to look at what it means in terms of defense versus security, what it means in terms of first responder versus second responder, so that we build a partnership and a cooperation based on what each institution does best. This is the notion of comparative advantage, so that we are no longer just at a very low-key, informal, sub-strategic level, but we move to a more strategic partnership. But that requires that the two issues that I mentioned before are being addressed, and there is a lot of uncertainty at these two levels. Thank you.
It was very interesting insights for the transatlantic relationship and a more strategic partnership. So, vou abrir o debate. Nós temos cerca de 10, 15 minutos e, portanto, vamos passar já a receber algumas perguntas para podermos também debater. Já temos uma. Julgo que vem o microfone.
Thank you, and thank you to the panelists for their food for thought and for their very, very interesting remarks today. I'm Seminário with IISS, and I have a question for all the panelists that relate to emerging and disruptive technologies and defense innovation. And these topics feature quite prominently on the agenda of both the EU and NATO, yet we're seeing the emergence of new defense innovation structures in both these organizations that seem to, at least taken at face value, seem to overlap significantly and not have a very clear relationship from the outset. I would be very interested in your take on how the two organizations should work together in relation to emerging and disruptive technologies and incentivizing innovation. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Eu julgo que nós podíamos ter mais uma questão. Obrigada.
Muito obrigado, felicito o painel. É fundamental, quando falamos de estratégia das duas organizações, perceber que aquilo que une os interesses diferentes das organizações dos vários países são os valores. Aliás, quando falamos da NATO, é uma organização política ou militar, e nesse sentido são os valores que unem. E aquilo que temos assistido nos últimos anos, independentemente dos diferentes interesses, são ambientes internos diferentes, ambientes externos totalmente diferentes, a evolução da China. Só para dar um dado concreto, os últimos anos, o investimento dos Estados Unidos na defesa foi de 3% e da China foi 120%, aqui foi falado, mas quando trabalhamos a estratégia, estamos neste momento, antes de 2022, sobretudo na dimensão política. A nova administração norte-americana trabalha sobretudo essa dimensão e a dimensão da democracia para unir. O fator de coesão é um fator político neste momento, independentemente das questões menores. Mas AUKUS não é uma questão menor. E a minha pergunta é consequências da AUKUS, quer para a União Europeia, para a estratégia da União Europeia, quer para a estratégia NATO. Falou-se do Brexit, e o Thierry falou disso, e muito bem, que também vai ter consequências na estratégia da União Europeia, pelo menos, mas eu não ouvi falar de AUKUS e das consequências da AUKUS. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada. Eu passava a palavra aos oradores, ao Sr. Bruno, se pudesse ser o primeiro e depois de seguida a gestão.
Ok, muito obrigado. Em relação à primeira questão, muito obrigado. Realmente eu acho que é uma questão crucial, ou seja, realmente a inovação tecnológica sempre foi importante, não é? Em termos militares e em termos económicos, mas de facto eu acho que é possível argumentar que nas últimas décadas, de facto, a dimensão de inovação, o ritmo que é feito, o impacto que tem em múltiplas áreas é de facto, acho eu, sem precedentes, e de facto, inclusive, pode colocar-se essa questão de colocar em dúvida até que ponto é que as plataformas que atualmente existem, em termos militares, plataformas tripuladas, de facto são sustentáveis no futuro, não é? Nós sabemos que, por exemplo, e obviamente o Departamento da Defesa norte-americano está especialmente atento ao que é que a China está a fazer, não é? E, portanto, o último relatório sublinha muito esse aspecto. A China, por exemplo, parece estar a inclinar-se, de facto, por uma aposta, não em deixar completamente de lado essas plataformas mais tradicionais e tripuladas, mas associar cada vez mais e, digamos, capacidades, meios não tripulados, não é? E, portanto, obviamente tudo isso tem de ser tido em conta. Em relação de facto, a esta divisão de estruturas, eu penso que aqui, enfim, talvez um pouco encorajado aqui pelo meu colega de painel, pelo Thierry Petardi, eu acho que também, para ser muito claro, de facto há um problema em termos de cooperação, em termos de inovação, que tem a ver depois com a dimensão da indústria da defesa, não é? Enfim, teremos também sessões à tarde sobre isso, mas de facto aí muitas vezes os europeus, por exemplo, queixam-se que no fundo não têm acesso ao mercado, por exemplo, da defesa norte-americana, o que obviamente é verdade, e portanto há que garantir que essa cooperação é uma cooperação simétrica e não assimétrica, e há que garantir que de facto a União Europeia também mantém aí alguma capacidade, e os Estados europeus mantêm alguma capacidade de inovação tecnológica, de desenvolvimento de indústrias próprias, não é? Mas, portanto, eu acho que isso é um problema sério, é uma barreira séria, mas não deve ser impossível de ultrapassar, até porque, em última análise, o que está em questão é a interoperabilidade das nossas forças. Ou seja, a grande vantagem, de facto, da Aliança Atlântica, das relações transatlânticas, é que mesmo quando se fala destas coligações ad hoc, não é? Coalition of the Willing, na verdade elas só são possíveis em boa parte, e penso que tendo em conta a audiência aqui não é preciso estar a explicar muito isso, só são possíveis, quer dizer, é muito difícil pôr forças armadas em operações de combate em conjunto, não é? De forma segura, sem estarem a disparar uns contra os outros em vez de contra o inimigo, não é? E, portanto, tudo isso é em grande parte possível por causa da doutrina NATO, por causa, de facto, de existir essa base de interoperabilidade. Obviamente isso também significa que tem de haver equipamentos minimamente compatíveis e até num nível minimamente compatível, e, portanto, eu acho que realmente esse desafio é incontornável e, portanto, acho que devia ser de facto uma das áreas prioritárias, reforçar o diálogo entre estas organizações, digamos, de inovação no campo da NATO e depois no campo da União Europeia, sobretudo da Agência Europeia da Defesa. Em relação à questão do AUKUS e quais são as implicações, pronto, eu acho que no fundo mostra algo que eu também procurei um bocadinho apontar, mas sem aprofundar muito, que é realmente não só o Presidente Trump, é o exemplo extremo disso, mas de facto, e que também como foi dito aqui por outros colegas no painel, de facto as lideranças norte-americanas nos últimos anos têm por vezes tido uma postura bastante ambígua sobre a defesa europeia e portanto há aqui uma postura muito contraditória, quer dizer, ao mesmo tempo a Europa tem de ser muito mais capaz em termos militares, mas muitas vezes a desconfiança dos europeus isso significa comprem mais americano, não é mais material americano, ora isso é politicamente, até financeiramente é muito pouco sustentável, muito pouco realista, mas portanto há aqui uma postura bastante ambígua e do meu ponto de vista, de facto, o mais preocupante na questão do AUKUS realmente foi o tratamento que foi dado à França, ou seja, pelos Estados Unidos, ou seja, eu não ponho em questão que obviamente a Austrália possa fazer as suas opções e a mesma coisa aos Estados Unidos, agora é de facto um pouco preocupante, diria eu, e neste sentido é revelador da parte dos Estados Unidos, parece-me a mim, de que há pelo menos certos responsáveis norte-americanos, até acredito que não seja necessariamente o Presidente, que de facto olham para a viragem para o Pacífico, para o chamado pivô para o Indo-Pacífico, como significando realmente uma secundarização das relações transatlânticas e até dispensando, digamos, até o mínimo de cuidados diplomáticos na gestão de relações com um aliado europeu, que apesar de tudo tem capacidades militares significativas, inclusive no Indo-Pacífico. E portanto, desse ponto de vista, eu acho que é um sinal, digamos, preocupante. Agora, acho que também houve aqui um esforço, há que reconhecer isso da parte dos Estados Unidos em corrigir isso depois e, eventualmente, digamos, um dos trade-offs que foi dado à França, eu acho que há alguns sinais que seriam realmente cruciais, eu estou inteiramente de acordo com o que disse a Thierry Tardy, era fundamental que os Estados Unidos acabassem com estas ambivalências e deixasse muito claro que é claramente favorável a uma Europa da defesa forte e que não considera que isso seja incompatível com um compromisso com a NATO. Pelo contrário, seria muito importante para reforçar o contributo europeu para a NATO. Obrigado.
Obrigada. Eu passava ao professor Carlos Gaspar.
Muito obrigado. Eu não acho que a inovação tecnológica seja um domínio apropriado nas relações entre a União Europeia e a NATO, mas é um domínio crítico nas relações entre os Estados Unidos e a União Europeia. É aí que vai haver uma evolução concreta nesse domínio. A mesma coisa nas relações entre os Estados Unidos e a Grã-Bretanha, que também nesse domínio passaram a estar separadas das relações entre os Estados Unidos e a União Europeia. A prioridade que a nova administração norte-americana dá às relações entre os Estados Unidos e a União Europeia parece-me um sinal muito claro e o domínio eletivo dessa relação, como resulta da Cimeira de Pittsburgh, do Conselho de Comércio e Tecnologia, mostra que há um empenho político efetivo e também do ponto de vista das competências e dos domínios funcionais, é aí que deve estar essa relação, porque é uma questão crítica para a segurança e para a autonomia estratégica europeia. O AUKUS tem uma dimensão de cooperação tecnológica, designadamente, que envolve a Grã-Bretanha, a Austrália também, o Japão também, mas sobretudo envolve a Grã-Bretanha, os Estados Unidos e a Austrália. Obviamente, os signatários do AUKUS portaram-se mal com a França. A França é um parceiro estratégico crucial para a Grã-Bretanha, é o principal parceiro estratégico da Grã-Bretanha. Os Estados Unidos não têm outro parceiro europeu relevante no Indo-Pacífico que não seja a França, e a França é uma potência residente, é a única, neste momento, a única potência residente potência europeia residente no Indo-Pacífico e que tem uma presença militar permanente no Indo-Pacífico, que tem sido muito reforçada nos últimos 2 ou 3 anos e também, ironicamente, foi o principal promotor da estratégia para o Indo-Pacífico da União Europeia. Portanto, os Estados Unidos, a Grã-Bretanha, a Austrália, naturalmente, portaram-se especialmente mal com a França neste domínio. Isso pode ter consequências mais sérias ou menos sérias. Os Estados Unidos decidiram, e aparentemente a França também, o presidente Biden e o presidente Macron decidiram que, no que diz respeito às relações entre a França e os Estados Unidos, esta questão é uma zanga entre amigos e pode ser ultrapassada. A França não vai deixar de ser relevante e, sobretudo, não vai deixar de ser a principal potência da União Europeia no Indo-Pacífico. Há um largo domínio, devo dizer, um domínio prioritário para o desenvolvimento das relações da União Europeia no Indo-Pacífico, que são as relações bilaterais entre a União Europeia e a Índia. Esse foi, aliás, um tema em que a presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia investiu de uma maneira muito decisiva, e há uma mudança na política externa indiana, nas elites indianas, que abre caminho a uma relação especial entre a União Europeia e a Índia, que é preciso materializar, mas que é absolutamente crucial. Mais uma vez estamos a falar das parcerias estratégicas da União Europeia em todos os domínios, incluindo o domínio da defesa. A União Europeia e a Índia fizeram já manobras navais conjuntas no Índico. A relação entre a França e a Índia é uma relação que tem um significado estratégico relevante para os dois países e, portanto, há aí trabalho a fazer, virando a página do AUKUS. Se o AUKUS serve para lembrar aos aliados europeus que a prioridade dos Estados Unidos é o Indo-Pacífico, que isso é uma coisa séria, e provavelmente vai ser assim durante um período relativamente longo, então ainda bem que houve esta zanga de amigos, na condição de ser uma zanga de amigos e não mais do que isso. Obrigado.
Muito obrigada. And for some comments, I'll pass the floor for Perry Tardy.
Thank you. On the first question, I think emerging disruptive technologies is one example where EU-NATO cooperation is going to be difficult. And maybe not for the reasons that were mentioned before, but we are at a moment when states are trying to understand what EDTs are going to mean on their own defense policy and economic policy, and that is being transferred at the level of institutions. So EDTs are now very important for the European Union. They are high on the agenda of NATO. But I think it's fair to say that those two institutions individually are struggling to have a clear mandate, mission, the resources, the understanding. And that fact that they are struggling to play a significant, to have an added value when dealing with EDTs means that it is going to be difficult to have a partnership on an issue for which each institution already has difficulty to prove its added value and relevance. And that argument, I think, means that one problem with the EU-NATO partnership is that on many issues such as EDTs, but I could make the argument for cyber, for hybrid, for disinformation, on all those like new, so-called new threats, the two institutions have so much difficulty to, again, demonstrate their relevance and have a real, significant, meaningful mandate, that transferring that at the level of cooperation is inherently, inevitably difficult, because probably the EU-NATO cooperation can only work once individually the two institutions have acquired a kind of level of maturity of on a particular So maritime security was that example, or maybe military mobility. So the two institutions are sufficiently mature on a topic so that they can transfer and cooperate. But EDT is not in that category. So in theory, yes, it should be, because it's becoming big and it's important and it's going to be strategic. So there is a need, but the reality is going to be very different. On values, so maybe it was a translation issue, but I talked about Brexit, not Frexit. The translation was talking about Frexit. I did not, and I'm a French citizen, so I did not talk about this. But the value dimension is important because I think there are, again, maybe two ways to look at it. One is that it's undeniable that values are important to the EU and they are important to NATO. It's in the treaties, it's on the DNA of the two institutions. And when looking at the Indo-Pacific, of course, what are the countries to which NATO or the US would turn to, the like-minded states, and it's the Australias of the world, it's the New Zealands, it's Japan, Korea. So you have a sense by which turning to countries that presumably share your values is important, and it's important in building a cooperation in Indo-Pacific. That's one part of the debate. But the other part of the debate is that we also know that within the EU, there are issues about values with member states about which we are not sure that they always share our values. What is our values needs to be defined constantly. Within NATO, it's even more the case. And there is a debate within NATO about how much NATO is still an alliance of interest and of values. And there are NATO allies with which it is difficult to assert that we share interests and values. And also, if you look at partners, if you look at NATO partners in the Mediterranean Dialogue, in the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, but also partners across the globe, you see partners of NATO that do not necessarily share our values, and I don't need to give any names. So that's something that is not necessarily important. My argument would be that probably we should not overstate too much the importance of values if the US-China strategic relationship becomes the independent variable that determines everything else in 10 years or in 20 years, then it is likely that values will not be that important and interest will prevail. Just something that we are doing at the research division at the NATO Defense College currently is we are doing a survey of national policies vis-a-vis NATO. We look at 16 countries, and we've drawn a kind of strict questionnaire of issues that we've asked authors to look at when looking at all the countries that we look at. And values was part of the questionnaire. So how important value is to the country that you are looking at versus interest that would justify the presence of that country in the alliance. None of the 16 countries, none of the 16 chapters, Portugal is not in the list, my apologies, but none of the authors say that values is at the center of the relationship between that particular country and NATO or the Atlantic Alliance. Interest, and in particular the cooperation with the US, comes first in almost all chapters, but the values, according to that survey, do not seem to be that important.
Thank you very much. Infelizmente nós não temos mais tempo para questões. Eu queria agradecer a todos os oradores pelas excelentes intervenções, agradecer a todos os participantes, um agradecimento muito especial ao Sr. Ministro, à doutora Helena Carreiras pela organização deste muito interessante debate. Muito obrigada.
Segue-se um pequeno intervalo, retomamos os trabalhos dentro de 15 minutos.
Tudo bem. Pois é sempre um problema. Quando temos, de facto, um bom conjunto de oradores, depois às vezes é pena porque não se...
É verdade.
Mas temos de voltar a trazer o...
Bitte nehmen Sie Platz. Ja, hör mal.
Coronel, veja lá fora se está muita gente.
Jardim sind beide online.
Vamos dar início ao segundo painel do terceiro Seminário de Defesa Nacional, sob o tema Conflitos híbridos e transformações na ordem internacional. Modera esta sessão a senhora professora Patrícia Deinhardt, assessora do Instituto da Defesa Nacional.
Habt ihr auf mir muss nur jemand sagen, wo Sie hinschicken.
Esperamos um pouco.
Bom, iremos dar início à segunda sessão. Muito bom dia a todos. É com muito gosto que eu cumprimento a audiência aqui no Instituto da Defesa Nacional, para esta segunda sessão do terceiro seminário sobre defesa nacional que é organizado aqui no Instituto da Defesa Nacional, e sobre este painel sobre conflitos híbridos e transformações na ordem internacional. Nas últimas décadas temos testemunhado a mudança da natureza do conflito contemporâneo. Tradicionalmente ocorriam conflitos armados interestaduais, quando a guerra era em grande parte um confronto entre forças opostas em terra, mar ou ar, e conflitos armados de tipo não convencional. Hoje, a natureza do conflito está cada vez mais orientada para o conflito híbrido, ameaças híbridas e a criação de novos teatros de batalha sem fronteiras. Através de ações de baixo investimento, mas de alto impacto, Estados e atores não estaduais recorrem simultaneamente a diferentes táticas para fazer avançar os seus interesses e o seu objetivo de destabilizar outros Estados. No domínio militar, através da interferência aérea e marítima no espaço soberano, atividades estabilizadoras nas fronteiras e através da utilização de grupos substitutos ou forças paramilitares, no domínio político, através da interferência política interna, no domínio económico, através, por exemplo, da coerção económica, no domínio da informação, através de atividades de desinformação e no domínio da cibernética, através da espionagem cibernética e ataques cibernéticos a infraestruturas críticas. E se a natureza do conflito está cada vez mais orientada para o conflito híbrido entre Estados, também a ordem internacional é cada vez mais condicionada por ameaças híbridas e conflitos híbridos. Isto tem consequências para a ordem internacional liberal, uma vez que normas são desrespeitadas e as estratégias híbridas procuram subtrair-se à lógica do direito internacional. Assim como para a ordem interna dos Estados, principalmente os democráticos, cada vez mais vulneráveis aos desafios à sua própria resiliência estratégica. Conosco para discutir estas e outras questões, é um privilégio ter neste painel 3 distintos oradores, 2 dos quais infelizmente não podem estar aqui hoje, mas que nos acompanham via online, e que eu cumprimento, que saúde especialmente, e que irei desde já apresentar, começando pelo primeiro orador. So, good morning, Mark Leonard. I will present you in the English language. You are our first speaker, and Mark Leonard is co-founder and director of the European Council on Foreign Relations. Previously, he worked as director of foreign policy at the Center for European Reform and as director of the Foreign Policy Center, a think tank he founded at the age of 24. In the 1990s, he worked for the think tank Demos. Mark has spent time in Washington, D.C. as a transatlantic fellow of the German Marshall Fund of the United States and in Beijing as a visiting scholar of the at the Chinese Academy for Social Sciences. He was chairman of the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Council on Geoeconomics until 2016. His topics of focus include geopolitics and geoeconomics, China, EU politics, and institutions. And he has recently published a book called The Age of Unpeace. Mark Leonard, thank you very much for joining us, and the floor is yours. Can you hear us? You have to unmute, please. We can't hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you very much. It's a huge pleasure to be with you today. And I'm going to talk to you a bit about some of the thinking in this book that you just mentioned, which I just published, called The Age of Unpeace. And my starting point is that just as we are getting used to COVID, we may find that we're on the cusp of a new silent pandemic in global affairs. Like COVID-19, it's spreading across the planet exponentially. It's exploiting the cracks in our network world. It's constantly mutating to evade our defenses. But unlike the coronavirus, it's not a biological force that's afflicting mankind, but rather a set of deliberate but toxic behaviors that are multiplying like a virus. And in short, my thesis is that the connections between people and countries are becoming weapons. If you look at the news over the last couple of years, you can see all sorts of examples of it. Over the last few weeks, been a lot of focus on the Polish-Belarusian border, where migrants, desperate refugees, have been turned into bullets, which are aimed at the hearts of the Polish and the Lithuanian governments. The goal is to try and use them to put pressure on these governments. And it's not a particularly original tactic. Migration experts like Kelly Greenhill have shown how over the last few decades, there have been over 75 cases of governments deliberately using the movement of people to achieve political, economic, and military goals. And these sorts of techniques have been actually much more effective than military campaigns at achieving their objectives. One of the reasons why this happened was not because President Lukashenko thought that he could literally flood Poland and Lithuania with a few thousand migrants, but because there is a growing sense that the key battleground now is for people's minds, it's an information war. So he's trying to create a simulacrum of the events of 2015, which had such enormous political consequences. And increasingly what we're seeing is that the internet, which was designed to spread mutual understanding, which people hope would bring the world together and create empathy, is in fact being used as a channel to interfere in different countries' affairs. We've seen all sorts of trolls, and over the last 5 years, there have been attempts to develop information campaigns in elections, which affected over 1 billion people. And we've also seen that the cause for President Lukashenko's campaign in Belarus was the fact that he was reeling from sanctions which Europeans had introduced after he stole his election and then put pressure on opposition forces in his country. And sanctions have become the weapon of first resort for many different countries. The EU's obviously introduced sanctions against Russia, against Belarus, against a number of different countries, and we're looking at tightening them at the moment. But they're also a weapon that has been used by China against Japan, by Russia against Turkey, and the US alone listed over 800 entities on its sanction lists in 2020. Some of the most violent battlegrounds when it comes to sanctions are in the technology realm, and we're seeing how conflict over technology is changing the face of the global economy. We had this idea that science is something that knows no borders and that knowledge should be international. But increasingly, we're seeing that it's becoming balkanized as countries try and develop indigenous innovation, but also develop entities lists to ban the components from other countries or the export of their components from supply chains. And there is a kind of move everywhere towards technological autonomy. The debates around Huawei and 5G, I think, are very much the tip of an iceberg of increasing technological competition. And even when it comes to dealing with big issues which you would have thought brought the world together, like COVID and climate change, what we're increasingly seeing is that these topics and our political responses to them are being instrumentalized and weaponized. So when it comes to COVID, rather than working together to increase global supplies of vaccines and PPE, what we're seeing is mass diplomacy and vaccine nationalism. No less than 98 countries imposed export restrictions on PPE and medicines in the first few months after COVID erupted. And in COP26, we also saw that rather than focusing on the common survival of the planet, increasingly countries are looking at how they can instrumentalize the carbon transition to get ahead themselves whilst holding others back and using every opportunity they can from the asymmetries of the impact of climate change to extract resources from other players, as we've seen with President Bolsonaro's Amazon diplomacy. If you look at all of those things together, whether it's Belarusian blackmail on the border, Chinese bullying over COVID, European and American sanctions, US regulations on technology, or Brazilian diplomacy on the Amazon, what they have in common is something quite profound. They're not random accidents like an asteroid falling from the sky, but they're new types of political violence. And each is a weapon which is designed to exploit a weakness in our connected world. What I have tried to do over the last few years is to explore how this is happening and why it's happening. I was brought up as an internationalist who believed in a kind of simple and powerful idea that binding nations and peoples together would create peace and would make war much more expensive and less likely to happen. And over the last few decades, particularly as Europeans, we've hoped that by opening borders, promoting travel, trade, and the internet, we could turn former enemies into friends, we could promote global harmony. But increasingly, what we've seen is that many of our hopes for those decades have been running into trouble, both domestically, where with Brexit and Trump, we discovered that many of our own citizens feel that they have been victims of these forces of connectivity. But also on the international stage, we're seeing very different dynamics emerging to those which we hoped would be defining geopolitics at a sort of global level. And my book starts with this idea that is maybe slightly shocking to Europeans, that the connections that knit the world together are also driving it apart. And I'm just going to focus on 5 main arguments which drove me to that conclusion. And happy to go into more details in the discussion afterwards. But the first kind of discovery that I made is that connectivity doesn't just spread our empathetic horizons and give us a sense of what's happening in the rest of the world. It also creates a motive for conflict and for competition between countries. And you can see that, across various different dimensions, starting at the way it changes our individual behavior, how hyperconnectivity changes human nature and the way that we relate to each other, right up to the planetary scale. If you start at the sort of individual level, what we're seeing increasingly is that our heavily networked societies tend to self-segregate, that connectivity leads to polarization as we split into more and more like-minded groups, and that this puts identity at the heart of politics. And increasingly, these groups which find each other and spend time together have different sources of news, different facts. The idea of filter bubbles has taken on an enormous significance as the national media and the national conversation has fragmented into self-selected groupings, which are often not properly connected with each other. And we've seen the political implications of that in countries like the US or Brexit Britain, where it's not just ideas and values which are coming into a clash, but different senses of reality and what's actually happening in the world. We've also seen how connectivity creates an epidemic of envy. When I was growing up, people would compare themselves to their neighbors, to their parents or their grandparents. But what happens through the sort of hyperconnectivity of the internet is that everyone can compare themselves to the most successful people in the planet, sometimes fictionalized accounts of what their lives are like. And in those circumstances, your own life can only fall short. And this brings out a kind of floating sense of grievance and unhappiness. But as well as it happening at the level of individuals, this period of hyper comparison where everything that we do is compared to things that are going on in other places brings out a competitive instinct between states. We saw it during COVID, where you had these daily league tables showing how every government in the world was performing. And that led to more of a sense of competition than a spirit of cooperation within countries. The third way it does it is to lead to an overarching loss of control. The leitmotif of politics in many places is about taking back control from shadowy global forces. That's the platform which Donald Trump used to be elected on. And it shows how, in many ways, the dynamics of the imperial era have been reversed. In the 19th century, lots of people found things happening in their lives which were determined by people a long way away. Even the names of countries, whether it's Côte d'Ivoire or Argentina, have got very little to do with the kind of indigenous sense that people had of their own identity. It was to do with decisions made in colonial centers far, far away. But as we saw with Brexit and with Trump, now the people who used to think of themselves as the imperial champions of the world feel that they're becoming strangers in their own countries and are losing control, and are therefore kind of trying to take back control. So I think there is this overarching way that connectivity is creating a motive and a set of political dynamics which lead to people being uncomfortable with interdependence, with wanting to take back control, wanting to do well for their own identity groups, and wanting to make up for the kind of sense of envy and grievance that they feel about other people. And our hope that convergence would create harmony has not been borne out. I look a lot at the US-China relationship, and I show actually how there's much more conflict now as the US and China become more similar to each other than there was when these two countries were more different 15, 20 years ago. The second kind of big argument I make is that connectivity creates an opportunity for conflict. In the nuclear age, war between great powers has become so deadly that it's impossible even to contemplate. And I think that's one of the reasons why the number of people being killed in armed conflict has shrunk to historically low levels. The average for the last decade has been about 70,000 people a year, which is many, many less people than commit suicide every year. But at the same time, what connectivity does, and the fact that our world is so closely bound up together, is it creates a whole series of opportunities for lower cost conflict. During the Cold War, there was almost no contact between the Soviet bloc and the free world. But nowadays, we're totally intertwined. And therefore, at a time when nuclear war is so dangerous, what connectivity does is create a whole series of different ways of interfering in each other's affairs in order to increase one's power and to do down other players, which is not going to trigger a formal war. And that's one of the things that gives my book its title. I kind of argued that the age of Tolstoy, where you had clear periods of war and peace succeeding one after another, is over. Instead, what we have now is a perpetual world of crisis-prone competition and attacks which fall short of war. And the cyber experts have found a very good word to describe that, which is this old Anglo-Saxon word of unpeace. But I think that you can spread it to all sorts of different areas now, which I'm going to talk about as my third point, which is the fact that connectivity, as well as creating these new opportunities, has given countries a whole new arsenal of weapons. If you look at the examples I gave at the beginning, I could have given thousands of other examples. These are kind of seemingly disparate and separate events in different parts of the world, but they're all examples of globalization being turned into a weapon. And the metaphor that I use for the age of unpeace is like a loveless marriage where the couple can't stand each other's company but are unable to get divorced. And as with an unhappy couple, it's the things that brought them together in the good times that become the means that they use to harm each other in the bad times. So in a marriage that goes wrong, it's about who gets custody of the dog, the holiday home, and the children. That's how they hurt each other. But in geopolitics, it's all the facets of globalization which were meant to bring us together, from trade to finance to migration to infrastructure to the internet to global problems like climate and COVID. The fourth point I wanted to make is that connectivity creates new rules of power. The journalist Thomas Friedman told us that our globalized world would be flat, but in fact, that's totally wrong. It's just the opposite. It's an uneven and mountainous network. Some countries are much more central to the system than others. They can cut rival nations off and use their control of hubs to assert their power. Instrumentalizing connections is nothing new. People have been using sanctions since the Peloponnesian Wars. But what is new is the density of the network of connections between countries that give sanctions, blockades, PR campaigns a viral quality and a deadliness that didn't exist before our world was defined by networks. And that brings me to the sort of fifth big point about how power works and how order is changed as a result of these things, which is the nature of geopolitical competition. Sometimes people talk about how the unipolar moment is giving rise to a kind of new bipolar world, and a split between a kind of new free world centered around the US and an authoritarian world centered around China. I don't think that that's right, but I also don't think it's right to see where we are at the moment as purely kind of anarchic world where you don't have any poles and where anything goes. I argue that the best way of understanding where we are at the moment is as a sort of four world order, where you have three big empires of connectivity, which have completely different understandings of power in today's world. And then around them, you have a sort of fourth world of countries that are exploiting some of the cracks in the system for tactical benefits, but they don't have the power to weaponize the whole system. And they're trying very hard not to be forced to choose between those three empires of connectivity. So I spend quite a lot of time, and happy to talk about that more, showing how differently these different empires think about our connected world. But if I had to do it very quickly, as I'm running out of time in a sentence each, I think the US is obviously the most obviously powerful network. I call it the gatekeeper power because it focuses on those hubs within the system, the nodes which are much more connected than others and through which lots of things go. And the two kind of most powerful hubs for the US are the ubiquity of the dollar, which leads to control of the global financial system, and also the US dominance of the internet and the technology that goes into powering it. And the US has got very good at either using their control of these systems to shut other countries out of the global financial system, as we've seen with secondary sanctions on Iran and other areas, but also to put the world under surveillance, as we've seen through Edward Snowden's revelations. China, on the other hand, the second kind of empire of connectivity, thinks of itself as a relational power. They're less focused on the hubs in the system and more how many ties there are between all the different players and how central people are to that whole system. And the Belt and Road Initiative, in many ways, is a kind of modern version of very traditional Chinese thinking about wanting to become the middle kingdom in a system of dense ties, which puts China at the heart of a series of hierarchical relations, bilateral relations with other countries in the neighborhood. And the Belt and Road Initiative, in many ways, is about using the Chinese market and infrastructure links to create a new Chinese sphere of influence around this kind of relational idea. And the EU, I think, continues to be a center of power and is a kind of force that has thought a lot about networks. It is, in fact, a kind of network itself. And it's less focused on the hubs and on the ties and more on the sort of operating system for the network. The EU sees itself as a rule-making power. And there's been a lot written about the Brussels effect and about how the EU weaponizes its accession process to externalize its political preferences on people who want to join the EU, but equally how the EU has often unilaterally set global rules, whether it's through GDPR or other areas. And increasingly what we're going to see is a clash between these different empires, and then all around it, a fourth world, which most people live in, where countries like Russia and Turkey and Belarus and Iran and Saudi Arabia are all using different aspects of weaponized connectivity, but trying to do that to create more space for themselves and more sovereignty for themselves, rather than thinking about controlling the whole system. I'll maybe just end with a minute on what this means for how we think about geopolitics in the future. For a lot of the last few years, Europeans have argued that we're in a kind of big contest between an open and a closed world, and that our kind of challenge is to defend the open world and to have a new architecture for an open world. But I came to the conclusion through this book that is the wrong way to think about it, because the deeper I went into it, the more I realized that all the good features of connectivity, the ones which have advanced our civilization, that have made us richer and more peaceful, are inextricably entwined with the bad features, and that you can't get rid of the bad features without destroying the good features. So therefore, rather than thinking about fighting for an open world, the better way of thinking about our political challenge is about the difference between managed and unmanaged interdependence. And during the Cold War, the biggest threat to the world was of a nuclear holocaust. So we tried to come up with rules and norms which basically allowed us to get those technologies under control. At a time where everything can be weaponized, it's much harder to do that. So our challenge now, rather than ending connectivity, should be about how we can take the sting out of it or disarm it. And so the equivalent for our age of arms control is what I call disarming connectivity. That is a kind of Sisyphean struggle. There are all sorts of things that you need to do in different areas, whether it's trade policy, whether it's how we design our digital networks, how we design our energy policy and our grids and different elements on that. But that is essentially much more akin to therapy and working out, accepting who we are and how we actually manage the relationships in ways that they're less toxic, rather than thinking about it as a kind of big architectural challenge. And that's why my book ends with a kind of new therapy for our connected world. And I have a 5-step program for thinking about that geopolitical therapy, which I'm happy to talk about more in the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mark Leonard, for this rather bleak but realist and pragmatic insight into the end of the illusion that with globalization we would live in a world of harmony, but that rather what we face now is the challenge of how to unweaponize the degree of connectivity that binds peoples together and states. With this, I'll pass to our second speaker. O nosso segundo orador é o professor Miguel Monjardim, que é professor visitante de Geopolítica e Geoestratégia no Instituto de Estudos Políticos da Universidade Católica Portuguesa, desde 2001. É também colunista de assuntos externos do Jornal do Expresso, conhecido, e analista político-militar do canal noticioso por cabo SIC Notícias. Em 2004, Miguel Monjardim criou a República, um programa de clássicos gregos para alunos do ensino secundário de Angra e Heroísmo, a sua cidade natal nos Açores. E pedi ao professor Miguel Monjardim que cumprisse com os acordados 20 minutos no máximo para a sua apresentação. Muito obrigada. The floor is yours, Miguel. Please unmute yourself. Obrigada.
Thank you so much. I regret not being able to be in Lisbon today. So here I am in the Azores in the middle of the Atlantic. I won't need 20 minutes to say what I have to say. Let me start. Perhaps I read too much Clausewitz. I really don't like the term hybrid warfare. And I find it ironic that we are using the concept because as far as I remember, the concept was originally devised by the Russians because they thought this is what we were doing to them. They were complaining that we were involved in hybrid warfare against the Russians. I do understand why we use the concept to communicate with public opinion nowadays, but I really don't think it explains a lot of what's going on. Because what we're talking about is basically techniques to coerce, to subvert, to paralyze decision-making in democratic societies, to confuse, to polarize. And as Mark Leonard was saying, just look at what's going on in Poland nowadays in terms of internal politics because of what's going on in the border with Belarus. So I think it's par for the course in military history throughout time. There's always been forms of hybrid warfare. And in a way, it's a way to constrain governments to respond militarily speaking. So I don't think it's anything new. What we are witnessing today, I don't find it particularly new in terms of military history. Now, why is this happening now? Why is this happening now? And as Mark Leonard was saying, globalization is a great part of it. Globalization in terms of the connections that we nowadays have, just look at how we live today. And for example, the ability that I have in this small island where I live to do most of my work, what we can order and the level of connections we nowadays have. And globalization, at least since 2016, as we have seen with Brexit and Donald Trump in the United States and in many other countries, has become a much polarizing factor in internal politics. The second thing that's going on is that we have contested notions of international order, and this is very difficult for us in Europe, because we got used to the idea that we had the concept of international order. Our concept was the future. Nowadays, it's no longer the case. There are other theories of international order, other conceptions of power, and there are many other deep theories of influence, the way the United States operate, the way European Union operates, the way China operates in terms of theories of influence is extremely different. And this, of course, has consequences. The third factor, I believe, is the pandemic. I don't see the pandemic as changing the world. I see it more as a catalyst who accelerates change that was already happening. And I think this is having a profound effect. And you put these three factors together nowadays, what we see that is happening in front of our eyes is that what we call the gray zone of military conflict is becoming much more important. And as Mark Leonard was saying, political violence is increasing in this so-called gray zone. So in Portugal, in many European countries, we face a paradox. And the paradox is that we are witnessing a period of historic transition. But politically speaking, we are becoming much more inward looking in European countries. So much so that most people are not particularly aware that we are going through a period of historic transition. The perception, at least for my part, doesn't seem to be there. And there are a few signs of this. We have, in a way, the way we discuss politics or international politics, we tend to focus on people. Who is the president of the United States? Who is the prime minister of a particular European country? We pay much less attention to the so-called structural factors that are really, really important. The interests, the values, the trends in historical terms. So where does this situation leave us? I think it leaves us in Europe in a very difficult position, because the world has changed dramatically. And what we are witnessing is a reordering of the international order. So the question we face now in Europe is that, do the institutions that are absolutely crucial for us in Portugal and European countries, basically the European Union and NATO, for example, have the ability to adapt to this new world and perform their role the way we see these institutions acting? Or do we have to devise new institutions because the ones we have are probably not good enough in this new international order? So it's quite interesting when we are having these discussions, because we are the time we are living coincides with a huge democratic skepticism about its future. We have to go back, I would say, to the 1950s to find a similar period of so much skepticism about the future of democratic societies and their ability to chart a new course. So in a way, we have to find, if you want to make this transition and still be influential and powerful in the world, we have to rebuild European nations. And in a way, I think Mark Leonardi has done something really important, is the idea, do we have to engage in some sort of selective decoupling for countries who whose economies are open and depend a lot on foreign investment and external finance, such as Portugal, this is a very, very important question that I think we have not thought through in terms of what it will mean for Europe, and particularly for a country with Portugal's economy. So in a nutshell, and to finish in 10 minutes, because I think that's enough I'm looking for the conversation. I think in a nutshell, in Europe, we have to put an end to our adolescence. We have been behaving in Europe like adolescents. We have to grow up and face the world as it is. We have to be honest about our interests, our values, what we are really willing to do about it, and what ideas do we have, what contributions do we have for the adaptations of our institutional, internally speaking, and international institutions that are the backbone of our vision of international order, and stop pretending that United States, for example, will always be here to save us from history. This is an adolescent way of looking at the world. And I think looking at the future, which is what really matters to us, we have to put an end to it. We have to grow up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Miguel Monjardino. I take your point that Europe should end its period of adolescence and reach the age of adulthood. It's just misfortunate that we've been speaking about this for at least 3 decades since the end of the Cold War, and that we now sort of take it more seriously at a time as we've just heard from Mark Leonard. The complexity of interconnectivity obviously puts so much more pressure on us as Europeans being able to do so. But with this, I now would give the floor to our third speaker, who I would like to present to you. He is Zonke Mararens, who is the Director, Community of Interest, Strategy and Defense at the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats in Helsinki, Finland. He is an active officer of the German Air Force, and before he joined the center just last month in October, he had been a senior research lead for strategy and armed forces at the German Institute for Defense and Strategic Studies in Hamburg. By training, Zonke Mararens is an Air Force NATO air defense officer who held different leadership and managerial positions, including Defense Planning Office and German MOD, as well as battalion commander. His fields of expertise are hybrid warfare, aspects of leadership in the 21st century, modern forms of conflict, military strategy, military conflict theory, cyber, artificial intelligence for the military, and the art and history of wargaming. Dear Zonke Mararens, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
20 minutes.
I have some pictures in the background, and I only need the second one for my presentation. If you could bring this up, because this is something I like to challenge you. Oh, it's one level before. I just saw it. It's one level before. The top one? Nope. Yeah. So if you just give us the second picture in the presentation. So, and one click, please. Thanks. Oh, the next one.
The artwork.
Thank you. Okay, then now we can do it this way. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me, and thank you for having the European Center for Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threat, where Portugal is also a member. We were founded 3 years ago under an EU mandate in order to do research on hybrid warfare, hybrid threats. And I have to send you the greetings of my director. She missed to be here because she had to brief yesterday the leadership of NATO and EU in the Baltic states. And therefore she has asked me to be here. So I hope to be in the next 20 minutes to be on more theoretical military side, because that's my background. And I like to challenge you a little bit in your thinking of war, like the speakers before already have done. What you see on this slide is what my community of interest is working on. And today we're talking about strategy and defense. With this, I like to challenge you a little bit. Everyone, please have a look at the picture and ask yourself, which one do you prefer? And I will come back to this at the end, asking you. So the question or the problem of hybrid threats so far as we see it, and when I came to Helsinki at my time, 8 weeks ago, is that if you see it from the side of peace and conflict research, you normally start on the left side with peace, and then you see those hybrid threats. And suddenly you come into the region where things become dark yellow or even red. And my colleagues did a great work in coming up with a framework in mapping actors as being state actors and non-actors, tools they use, domains they work in, which at the moment we are counting 13, and the activity. And the activities could be at the lower side of war and warfare. And for this, you might understand that this is for peace and conflict research a hard thing to chew on, because normally they insist on that there should be no war and war. And at the end, everything is about undermined decision-making capabilities of nations, states, or organizations. On the other hand, if you come from the military side, we are the experts of war, and I'm a colonel, your ranks are much higher than mine. You are the masters of war. This is how we were trained over the last years. And war is always the high end. When we are getting called, something really went bad at a certain point in time. And now we are confronted with something where we are asked with our means already in crisis, maybe even in peacetime. And to be fair, the red line, when I choose this, the first thing is the UN Article 2.1, as you can see on the slide. It's about sovereign equality. And the fall of man for this, and especially in Europe, was responsibility to protect in Kosovo. We wanted to do good things because we have seen the genocide in Africa, in Rwanda, and we wanted to prevent this in Kosovo. So we stepped over, we interfered into the sovereign rights of a nation state in Europe for doing something morally good. The problem is that China and Russia comes back to this case every time and tell us, you were the first one. You broke the law instead of for your morality, and now we can do this as well. The second thing, and people normally, when they look in the UN Charter, they only see Article 51. It's Article 4. It's that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity. That's what we normally call war. If this happens, we have a clear understanding that someone interferes and that Article 51 can be chosen. But there's also the next thing, the political independence. But when does interfering in your political independence in your country stays to be or becomes a war? When we're saying that's too much, we have to do something on the outside. So the first threat or use of force, that's a clear red line, which was blurred in Ukraine. But about political independence, that's get hard. And therefore, the thinking of us, especially at the military, our actual paradigm is the paradigm of symmetric war. This is military means, with military actions with military resources against another country, military actions and resources. This is how we legalized war. But the phenomena of war is something different. And this also causes that we have some problem in understanding what's in information warfare. And so in Germany, the three-star general who run the cyber branch came under high scrutiny 2 years ago when he asked the parliament, what will be the defense case for a cyber case? How many hospitals with ransomware where we can prove they come from Russia will be a defense case? And he came after heavy scrutiny because Parliament said, we are not discussing this question with you. We will see. But if you want to be prepared for war, you have to understand what the next war look like. And at the moment, we have only laws for the right arrow. And then we see the hybrid wars. And the hybrid wars conflict could even be without militaries or only with parts of militaries. The little green men we are talking in Ukraine or the blue men and women we see in the Southeast China Sea. So who is defending the other domains? It's not us in the military. We normally don't have a mandate for that. Might be different in different countries, but in most countries I know this is not part of the military. So hybrid threats might be wars without wars, but it fits the paradigm Toffler said in 1959 in his book, War and Anti-War. The way we make wealth and the way we make war are inextricably connected. Because today we are doing war, we are making our wealth via the internet, via connectivity, like the speaker said already before me. So we wrote in my last position a small book which you can download from the internet, Leadership Challenge for the 21st Century, and it's an open book. We cannot answer those questions. We talked about VUCA. If we take it seriously, it might change military leadership. Hybridity and gray zone. If we take this serious, this must change military leadership styles. And if we talk about the fog of big data and artificial intelligence, this will change military leadership because either you get your personal Siri, 3-star general Siri giving you advice or you can talk to, or maybe you will give command to a company of killer robots. And if you're not doing it here, it might be happening in NATO or another organization. If your country denies it, there will be other nations who are working on that. We see this already in China, in Russia, in Israel, other countries. So if you go into a coalition operation in the future, you might be able to command them. This will also be a challenge for you. So the 21st century wicked military environment is already there. If you talk about multi-domain operations, space and cyber are new domains. It's not only the signal team we had before. Cyber is part of all domains. Are we trained for that? Times becomes a variable. So we're talking about hyper war, but at the end, if we talk about Afghanistan, we have seen slow war. Osama bin Laden at a certain point in time said, you have the watches, we have the time. I don't have to act tomorrow. I don't have to act in 10 days. I don't have to act in 15 days because you have your great command and control cycle. I can choose 30 days from now on. I can choose 8 months from now on. We will see autonomous weapon systems. We see artificial intelligence in C2 processes already. We expect to have parallel and cross-domain effects. And we are talking about effects instead of attrition in the future. And this might change the thinking. This should change the thinking of the military. On the other hand, also our national defense, alliance defense in Europe 2021 is a chaotic or a wicked problem. I went to a conference on Russia in Tartu in March 2019. The first one came in and he said, Russia will implode within the next 14 days. So history taught me over the last 2 years, it didn't happen, but it was totally clear. He was an expert on that. Russia will attack within 14 days. The next expert showed up. Okay, this is something I could understood. Okay, history taught me it didn't happen over the last 2 years, but at the moment we are talking about a crisis in Ukraine where we're not sure what will happen within the next 3 months. The third one coming in and said, Russia is Europe's enfant terrible. And Mr. Solana said something about that. If we are not talking to Russia, Russia has the feeling it is not invited to Europe. Are we inviting them to Europe or just declaring them as the enemy? And by this, it behaves like a naughty kid. And this is what we are seeing. And then there was a fourth guy coming in. He was a historian. He said, Russia has always expanded over the last 800 years. So everything what you have to expect now that they will expand further on. And those people were all dead serious. They were experts. But you cannot map what they were telling. And this is the idea of a wicked problem. And this is the idea of evolving things. And if you have seen this on the internet, I think Russia feels encircled by NATO, and then people draw on the left side Europe, and then on the right side a little bit of America, and everyone is laughing. But to be fair, first, it's Russia's perception, and it's half of the truth. We as NATO take away Russia 50% of the globe. We are denying them access to the Atlantic. And that's Russia's perception. We can't change that if we are not talking to them. And then with the methodologies called design thinking, we should think about when we conduct the next war. Gerasimov said in 2012, he sees war 4 times non-military measures, the upper side of the slide, and 1 time military. So the next war, and we are, my country especially, we are now preparing for the best brigade of 1989. But this is only 20% of the next war if we follow Gerasimov. So he will do it differently. And of course, what Gerasimov said in 2012, that he felt to be attacked by hybrid war. This is a Western term. On the other hand, now we can see after 9 years later that they are very good in applying what they said we were doing on them. And hybrid warfare is only something the West can get. It's our problem because they are hitting our values, they are hitting our weaknesses, they are hitting where we are not as strong as we believe we are, because we can't turn this around to the other side. And we talked about technology. So national defense, alliance defense and future warfare, and Leonard and Miguel talked about this as well. 15.5 cyber defense, because you have to defend your network, and your network are the way you're doing wells in Portugal, in Germany, all over Europe, United States, sometimes even in China and in Russia. So if you're not able to defend our networks, we are not able to win the next war or not to lose the next war. And in there, we have to understand that there might be information warfare next to us, or there might even economic wars. And to be fair, if I can train an AI and I can make Portugal bankrupt, I don't have to bring you to war with guns and rifles. And at the end, the nice part of this winning is I've got your money. And this is something we are not seeing at the moment. This is something we are not looking at. So it's changing. But there's still this plus 0.5 conventional defense. At the end, when you're not able to defend your country, your borders, you might lose this very fast and very fast. So there's still a need for the military in the future, but we have to rebalance it. So to sum up my presentation, our future operational environment is wicked. And we have to frame the problem correctly. And by framing the problem correctly is how will the next war look like? And at the moment, we see war only legalized under the UN Charter. So, and we are not doing it, so there could be no war. Unfortunately, we see war. In order to outsmart our opponents, we have to be smarter. And I think this is part of this, what we are doing today, talking about. Technology is an enabler of hybrid warfare. And there might be a paradigm shift from hybrid operations to prepare and shape the battlefield to military simply polishes the success of hybrid warfare at the end, like we have seen it in Ukraine. Culture might be one answer, and we have to talk about resilience. And when I came to the center 8 weeks ago, I talked to my colleagues and said, I'm not understanding what you're doing. For me, deterrence and resilience, this is a paradigm shift. So we did deterrence before, and now we need resilience. And they said, no, you have to do both. And I said, yeah, but that's not working for me. And then we had a lot of discussion. And after 6 hours, I understood why I was wrong. Because deterrence in Germany until 1989 would have, if that would have failed, Germany would be a nuclear desert. We were the primary battlefield in Europe between NATO and Warsaw Pact. So there was no need for resilience for the population, because what do you want to tell your population if you are living after this kind of war in a nuclear desert? And by the way, now the German public has the idea that we outsourced our defense to NATO. Someone will come. We have no clue who's coming, but someone will come, and we are not willing to pay enough. Also, we promise it, but someone will come. Fancy, I talked to some people from Czech, and they said they have the same problem because they outsourced everything to the Warsaw Pact. But that's a problem in the heart of Europe, is that there is no resilience in the population. And we see a lot of people on the streets now with regards to vaccine and so on. And this is about not having resilience in your own state and understanding. Therefore, culture might be one answer. And what I see so far from my work, we are just at the beginning. I wouldn't call it. And therefore, we still need the term of hybrid warfare, because it's not war, but it's not the conflicts we had before. So it's something in between. So I would call it a working title. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also for sticking to the time. I was just thinking, your last points, maybe we should start thinking in terms of the countermeasures that we need to put in place to counter this hybrid conflict and hybrid threat, in terms of thinking about hybrid deterrence, which would be sort of a way to try to respond to this moment. We're at this critical juncture where there is a reordering of the international order, as Miguel was saying, where there are identity questions being brought into the game, as Mark Leonard was saying, and as Sönke Marerens was just saying, where hybrid warfare is still an element which we have to certainly take into account. Although we've almost reached 1 o'clock, since we've started 10 minutes later, and since I've received the indication by the director of our institute, Professor Elena Carreras, we can still have good 15 minutes for debate. So I invite the audience to ask questions and to state who they are and address them to one or more speakers. Professor Isabel Nunch, please.
Thank you. I would like to ask the last speaker, because you come from the European Center of Excellence for Hybrid Threats, or to countering hybrid threats. And my question was, you have referred the framing issue. How are we framing hybrid, the hybrid threat concept, for instance? And I was wondering, resilience, it's not only a problem of how, of what are we talking about, but how we are talking about it. And my question regards the role of your Center of Excellence regarding the way you are enhancing awareness of public and also private actors on hybrid threats. And perhaps you could elaborate a bit on what you have been doing as a Center of Excellence. Thank you.
So the theme of resilience is an ongoing work strength in my British colleagues' work strength. So we're working it, deterrence and resilience. So we are working together with almost any EU presidency. We are doing webinars, and you are highly invited to join us. If you go on our webpage, you can sign up for the newsletter, and we will inform you. And then you are, because you're a member state as well, you're also invited to webinars we are doing with the EU presidencies or on our own. For example, we now created a 101 course on hybrid warfare, and we're doing a cyber course for colonels and above, civilian equivalents, in January. So by this, we reach out, and then we have our communities of interest, where you could be, as an expert, also part. You can get information from us, but you're also invited to bring in your ideas. You can write papers with us. And resilience and deterrence, actually, I was just flying to Amsterdam today, where we had a workshop on this, which was canceled under COVID. So this is one of our main themes, resilience and deterrence. And there we can learn a lot of, especially from the northern countries, because they have still this idea of total defense, where they see deterrence and resilience in the same balance in there. And this is where I learned from my northern colleagues at the moment. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Professor Elena Carreras, please.
I think this is a question for the three speakers. Thank you very much for your presentations. We usually oppose interests and values.
But since things like culture or is fundamental for resilience, as we were just talking, wouldn't it make sense to think that values are our interests, or at least some values are among our interests, and that a position kind of loses relevance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe in answering this question, I will give the floor in the same sequence and also suggest that if you would like to respond to each other's presentations, you're more than welcome. So Mark Lennon, please.
Sorry. So whether culture and values are, sorry, whether values and interests are complementary or contradictory. Is that, did I understand
Yes.
the question?
Yes. If how or should they not be combined, taking into account that culture as well as identity has both been stressed by you and our last speaker, to what extent the interests themselves are not sort of conditioned also by our system of values.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I never thought that those two concepts were opposed to each other. I think that our values are part of our interests, and the way that we define our interests is obviously determined by who we are and what our identity is. Statements of interest are very much constructed by their political decisions, what your interests are. I don't think they're kind of immutable outside of politics and culture. But I think what is interesting is that increasingly, as we move into this hybrid space, what we're seeing is culture is being weaponized in lots of different ways. And what people are trying to do is to use a lot of the cultural fissures in our societies. And that's definitely what happens with a lot of these information operations, whether it's on Brexit or the elections in the US. One of the big differences between now and the Cold War was in the Cold War, the free world and the Soviet Union were presenting kind of different models for how we should live, and they were conflicting with each other. Whereas now, increasingly, this is not so much about presenting a model of the perfect society. It's more about looking for the cracks and fissures in other people's societies and using the polarizations and the split in order to create problems for other players. And that is a different kind of paradigm of political competition. And is one which is quite challenging for us, one which we haven't really thought through, and often leads us to sort of overestimate our own capabilities and to underestimate the capabilities of others. I think another thing that's going on is that we're kind of moving from a more universal era where people were attracted by a lot of these kind of big universal ideals, both during the Cold War and then also in the post-Cold War, where we thought we were at the end of history, towards one which is much more about national self-determination. So as soon as you have a kind of universal framework which that you're selling to other people, you're more likely to mobilize people against you than to attract them. And therefore, you know, the whole idea of soft power, which seemed to explain a lot of the big changes in the world between 1989 and 2003, 2004, I don't think works in the same way now, because often you bring out a kind of counter-revolution when you start spreading your values too overtly. And for Europeans, that's particularly challenging because we love lecturing the rest of the world and telling them how to live and working out how they fall short of the values that we have enshrined in our treaties and in our kind of agreements. But it's a slightly different landscape, and maybe one which is more attractive to countries that don't have the same sort of missionary impulse. I mean, if China, one of the things which works very well for China is that they often seem to be talking about protecting sovereignty and non-interference in other countries' affairs, which is maybe more attractive for many countries in the world, particularly ones that have been colonized, than being told how they have to become like us.
Thank you. Miguel Mojardino.
Thank you. I will be brief. Yes, I would like to start with something that Mark just said about mobilization, because I do agree, and I think Portugal is a very good, a very interesting case study. When NATO was founded, we were not a democracy, but we became members of NATO. So when we are thinking about how to reorder the international system, I'm afraid we will have some tough choices ahead, because sometimes we will have to try to bring in countries that are now totally aligned with our values, but they might be aligned with our interests. So this is something that I think we will have to consider. And this is something that NATO had to do in 1949, and Portugal is a very interesting case study. I do agree that with what Mark was saying, culture is becoming increasingly important. And what we are witnessing now is, if you go back, say, 20, 30 years, and you reread American military doctrine and effects-based operations, what we are seeing is that type of doctrine now being used against us. So it's quite ironic when we go back to what was being written in the United States and in some European countries 20, 30 years ago, in terms of how optimistic we were in political terms and in our ability to exert power and influence throughout military and non-military means, to see the debate going on today, because it has come back to haunt us. But I think there's something we have to consider. I do believe that democratic societies are much more powerful than they probably think they are nowadays. That's why it's so interesting to go back, oh my God, 70 years. If we reread the literature of the late 1950s, it's very similar to the doubts that we have nowadays about us and the ability to chart our future. That's why, in a way, although I think we have a wicked problem, to quote a memorable sentence from I will not to pronounce Sonka's name, I apologize, but I think we have a wicked problem. I am fundamentally optimistic that at the end of the day, although I do agree it's going to be very difficult for us to move from adolescence to adulthood, I do believe that democratic societies will, at the end of the day, be able to go through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mararens.
I will support both speakers before me, and I see it similar. The only thing I would add, there is a saying, culture eats strategy for breakfast, because culture is long-lasting, and living in this kind of shitstorm society, what we're seeing at the moment, so that every new scandal goes up and goes down, I think culture is also buffering function. And this is something we should also think about, the good things of our culture. And this remains, and ask yourself whether a shitstorm of today will be in the media in 2 or 3 years, still there, or is this just the probabilities of modern technology that we are thinking about, that this is very important, whereas the culture says means nothing to us. And a good example for me at the moment is yesterday they had in Switzerland the elections on the voting on the vaccination, and 60% said, yes, of course we're doing it. It's our democratic duty to do so. But the loudest one we heard over the last 3 months were the anti-vaxxers. So there's culture, and I think we should see this also as a weapon, as a protection, as resilience. But we have to support this. This is about literacy and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is still one more question, please, if you can ask it.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to both speakers. Simona, sorry, from IISS. I have to say, I really enjoyed this as a scholar of international relations and theories of war. I really enjoyed this conversation. But I also wanted to push out there a couple of questions. First, for Mark and Miguel, I was just wondering, what would your view of this fluid, interconnected, highly contested world mean for the future of alliances? I don't just mean NATO-like alliances. Please feel free to refer to how alignments in the future are likely to happen and what this means for our national defense strategies, but also for more continental, say, European or NATO approach, transatlantic approaches. And for Sonke, I really, really liked the focus of on technology, but I was wondering, what does this mean in terms of the fluidity of escalation, de-escalation patterns between hybrid operations and hybrid threats moving into more military fields and back again into hybrid, into gray zone? Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I will give the floor to Mark and then Miguel and then Zonke, if you could sort of make a final statement so that we can wrap up in, say, 5 minutes. Mark.
Thanks. That's a great question. I mean, I think there are lots of things going on which are changing alliances and their value. The most important kind of structural changes in the global balance of power. So the NATO obviously is something which was centered around Europe being the front line in a contest for between the Soviet Union and the US, and we tried to reinvent it for the kind of unipolar American world, and kind of had its some uses limited in Afghanistan and Iraq and some other theaters, and now it's a question about what happens to it as the center of the world shifts to the Indo-Pacific. And where Europeans are important allies and share a lot of values with them, but are no longer going to be in the front line of any military issues in the way that we were during the Cold War. And our role is probably a bit more like Japan's role during the Cold War, that we were kind of closely aligned with the US, but somewhat distant from the kind of center of the action when it comes to the military realm. But if I'm right about, and if we're right about how more and more of the geopolitical competition is not going to be purely military, but is going to be across all of these other domains, then that creates a very different sort of international sphere, where actually NATO is probably much less important than the European Union in a lot of these domains, whether if it's about technology and the way that markets get made and the sort of weaponization of all these other realms. And in there, also, sorry, the other big change which I think has happened is that we've entered a much more kind of liquid world, where these kind of quite hierarchical, slow-moving things, are less relevant to much more sort of complex, interest-based things where people kind of come together around particular things, and then so the whole idea of an alliance is somewhat alien to our culture and the way that things work and that our attention runs and those sorts of things. But in that sort of world, it's going to be. I think there will be a lot more tactical, minilateral, other kinds of gatherings with state and non-state actors. One of the areas which is going to be most complicated, though, is about data. And I think maybe that's where alliances are going to become the most important, because who you share your data with is quite a big deal, where who you trade with doesn't really change who you are, but who you share your data with and the arrangements around data are much more central to your identity and to these values questions. So maybe that will be the realm where alliances mean something, because it has to be quite an institutionalized relationship. You can't change it with the same ease that you change other kinds of relationships. But it is a really good question, and I think is something which a lot of us are grappling with, how these alliances which have served us so well can be modernized for a very different balance of power, but also a very different and more complex set of geopolitical theaters, where the military and the non-military are much more closely kind of intertwined with each other.
Thank you. Miguel, if I may ask you to wrap up in 1.5 minutes, if possible.
Oh, that's more than enough. Thank you. I'll be very brief. The first thing, I'm not sure if NATO will survive until the end of the decade if we go on like this. We have to broaden the alliance between the United States and Europe, and I think this is difficult. And one of the reasons this is difficult is just look at the level of what public opinions on both sides of the Atlantic think about each other. And there is a very big divergence of views or perceptions of views about each other and about the future. So that's the first problem. The second problem is how elites in European countries tend to think about the world today, and just look at least the Portuguese discourse about international politics. We are not even there about what's going on in the world. We're not interested. So we have to adapt these institutions. We have to broaden cooperation between the United States and Europe. We have to bring in new countries. And that's where, going back to our director's question, is so interesting. That's where values and interests might diverge a bit. The second thing is that it's all very well to talk about cyber, but old-fashioned military hardware will continue to be important in Europe. And this is something that we have to consider very carefully. And I have to stop here.
Thank you.
So the problem with hybrid and technology is if you can buy it, they will have it. And we as a military won't have it because it takes us 12 years through the armament cycles. So, and then if we go to a real war in multi-domain operations, it won't work because we're not able to bring the information, the bandwidth and so on forward. The last tactical mile is a real problem. There is no infrastructure. So that's our dilemma at the moment with regards to this kind of technology. And we have seen this already in Armenia versus Karabakh with the small drones. You can buy them for 700 euros and you can print the grenade below it in one night. It's available.
Thank you. Well, on this note, this brings us to the end of what I thought was a really fascinating panel, showing us the complexity and the difficulties that democracies face. The world as such faces new challenges, but particularly our democracies, because we do have to make sure that our publics remain resilient. And how do we do that? How do we create this public awareness that everyone, the youngest generation, needs to be aware of campaigns of disinformation, that at the domestic level to avoid democratic fragilities, and then at the same time at the level of international relations. And here I think the relationship between the EU and NATO, between Europeans and Americans, as the previous panel showed, is so important, is again so important. And this shows why it should be revitalized. And maybe, to finish on this note, maybe the Trade and Technology Council, which was created in June, maybe that is a first step forward, or one important step which can avoid this decoupling in many senses between both sides of the Atlantic. So I would like to thank our three distinct speakers who have shared with us today their ideas. I would like to thank the audience for the questions, and I will now close the second session and of this Seminário de Defesa Nacional for the public sessions in this morning. Thank you very much and have the rest of a nice day. Thank you.